going on? Oh, there we are, baby. Listen, I've just come back from the gym. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've just come back from the gym. My body's feeling, whew, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm feeling nice. Listen, anyway, sorry, my guys. That's unprofessional. It's unprofessional of me. It's unprofessional of me. Look at my face. It's even a little bit sweaty. Oh my God. But listen, we are here for Ready to Love, okay? We're here for Ready to Love, okay? Well, my face is a little bit sweaty, you know? Listen, I literally just got in from the gym. Literally just got in. Whew, I had to go for a last minute session. Okay, listen, we're here for Ready to Love, and we're talking about episode 5. It's a mad thing. So, hey guys, let my hips go. Let my hips go. Let my hips go. Listen. Anyway, listen, we're here for episode 5, Ready to Love. I'm not going to waste much time, but first of all, if you're new to the channel, I'm not usually sweaty, but like it, share, subscribe, click on that bell button for notification of the uploads. For those of you who are returnees, you already know what it is, baby. You got the minerals. No, this is not cool. This is not cool. My face is sweaty, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is not cool. I'll have to get a towel in a second. But listen, so much went into this episode. No, this is not cool, you know. No, I need to wipe my face. Hold on 2 seconds. I need to wipe my face. This is not cool. Hey, don't wash my back as I go up, though. Don't wash my bum. Don't wash the back off. Jeez. Okay. Woo. Okay, fantastic. Because my face was looking hella sweaty there and it wasn't a good look. I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright, so listen, episode 5 was a mad thing. Listen, episode 5 was a mad thing. First and foremost, let me just talk about some real things that are happening here. So I was doing something else. Lol. Anyway, first thing I want to talk about obviously is Dakia and Eric. There's little hints that these two are getting along, you know. I'll show you some clips and you might see it. Like when they had a little fireplace thing, you know, I said, okay. When they were talking about the fire, you guys might not have noticed it. When the fire was going, Eric and Dakia were having a little cute moment. I'll show you in a second. Also, I want to talk a little bit about Wiley. First of all, Wiley and Precious are two of the same pea in a pod, right? Because they got similar traits. Wiley is seen as a little brother, and Precious is seen as more like, you know, Precious is like the party girl, innit? And I think it's because both of them, yeah, have kind of like energy that's really young. Yeah, without being distasteful and rude. They both got young kind of energy, do you know what I'm saying? And I said in my review about both of them that I feel like we don't get much depth from them in comparison to their peer group, and they're not the only ones. But what I would say is that, you know, when you don't have, I don't know how to say this. No, let me say it. Wisdom. You know, look, when you're younger than your group, when you're younger than your peers, when you've got years underneath you, like between you guys, you really have to almost have wisdom. And that's how you become accepted amongst older peers. Because if your older peers truly have some wisdom as they've grown in their experiences, and, you know, they're not little babies themselves, then, you know, deep it that, you know, wisdom is something that's going to make you acclimatize to that group. If you've got wisdom, people are going to be like, oh, he's older than he even looks. I thought you were even older than you were. Or, oh, he's deeper than I thought he was. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we don't get that from either of them. You know what I mean? Like, we don't get that from Wiley. We don't really get that from Precious either. I don't actually think they're bad people. I don't think even bad mates. I just think that for this show, with their peers, they needed a bit more wisdom. Just to kind of like set them apart in their group. Do you know what I mean? Just a little touch. Just a little touch. Just a little touch. That's what they needed. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it was a bit peak not to see that. Then also as well, I want to talk a little bit as well about Carmen and Paul's situation. How the frick did that happen? How do we get there? How did Carmen and Paul get to? How did we get there? That's what I want to know. That's all I want to know is. The last note was slightly off, but all I want to know is how do we get there? Why do we get Carmen and Carmen and Paul together? I'm confused. I'll be honest with you. I'm confused how we got there. Like, it seemed to come out of nowhere. I don't know if someone else saw it, but for me, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Okay, cool. Then and the pickle thing as well. That was a little bit odd as well. But did you guys notice something? I don't know if I can bring it. I'll bring a clip up for you guys. I'll probably put this in my review for tomorrow. But there was something really interesting that happened. You guys, did you notice Carmen's energy was different? Someone said Tori's giving Zadia vibes. Freaking hell. Did you guys notice that Carmen's energy was different? Carmen's energy with Paul was so feminine, soft, delicate. She was behaving completely different to what I had seen her. I don't know. Did you guys notice it? I'll show you a clip. It was really different. I don't know. It was like odd. I ain't seen her like that. I don't know if it's because of Paul's energy. I don't know if Paul was just calming her down. I don't know what Paul was just giving a masculine energy. Something about her was different in this conversation.
Deal breaker for me is low energy, no drive, no pursuit of happiness. Like if you are content with...
I mean, she was even, look at where she was even sitting there. Even how she was sitting was even just her hand. I don't know. You know, it's weird. It's like I just never saw that kind of energy from her coming. Like, you know what I mean? So it was different. Someone said she's more dominant with weak men, Laverne. That's fair enough. True. You know, and Paul is a very intense guy. I can't lie to you. Paul's a very intense guy. But honestly, yeah, it was like she just reverted. It was different.
Just being content, I'm out.
I definitely agree. My ex-husband, he only liked living a certain life.
Honestly, everything was, even the tone, how she was saying it. It was like, okay, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Like, something's different. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that, you know, they're going to work it out or anything, but I'm just saying it just looked different. It looked different. Someone said she was acting. She might have been, but why was she acting? That's my question. Why was she acting? Because, remember, you know, she's been connected with a few other people. You know what I mean? Like, why would she need to act with Paul? Like, you know what I mean? But hey, maybe she just knows how to play a game. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Someone said the whole show about acting. Someone said Carmen is a seductress. She knows how to turn it off and on so well. She does, obviously, because clearly I never saw that coming. I just was like, whoa, is this Carmen? You know, is this Carmen? Bear in mind, Carmen's a person who's been throwing sexual jabs everywhere, blood. Yeah? It's mad. It's mad. Because even with Clifton, I never saw that feminine energy. With Clifton, I saw more of the sexual energy come out. I wouldn't say feminine. I'll say more of a sexual. I wouldn't even say feminine, but more of a subdued, submissive, calm, you know, sound. Oh, is my sound static? Hold on. Sorry, guys. Oh, sorry. I'm using the wrong microphone. My bad. Is that better, guys? Sorry, apologies about that. It's coming from my headphones. I apologize. Yeah, so, you know, we saw more calmer sound. It was like, ooh, baby, what's going on here, baby? You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay. Let's go a little bit more even.
I wanted better, so I totally understand that. I think we as individuals should always be growing.
For sure.
I like learning and experiencing new things. That's what life's about.
Yeah.
It's like the two of them locked horns and they realize, you know, they ain't gonna be about it. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna be about it. Let me even get my peeps on. Let me get my peeps on as well, fam. Let me get them. Hey, you know. But it's like, yeah, I was like, okay, you know. It was different. You know. I'm not gonna buy it. What was really interesting, you know, we were talking about this last time as well. We were talking about Wiley and Tina. You know, we spoke about Wiley and Tina. How Tina gonna just reject Wiley like this? Yo, Tina just rejected Wiley. Like, she said, we ain't got a connection. I said, oh. I said, and that proof. You guys, did you watch my review that I did on Wiley and Tina? And I hope I released it. In my review with Wiley and Tina, I said about the way that she asked for phone numbers. That when she asked for the phone number of Wiley, yeah, it was different. When she asked for Wiley's phone number, it was completely different. She said, I will give you my number. But for Paul, she said, "Hey, you should take my number." And I said about the difference between the two. Like, I will give you my number. Sounds really good, but when you compare it to when she said, "I should give you my number," it's completely different. I should is a command. I should. There's almost a definitiveness in there. I should do this. You know what I'm saying? You should take my number. And she said, "You should take my number." Whereas when she was talking to Wiley, she was like, "I'll give you my number." So there's a complete difference, right? So, her energy, Tina's energy with Wiley was slightly different to how it was with Paul. And then in the game as well, in the games, baby, in the games, Tina came out the traps differently, blood. No. Tina came out all touching up chest and look at his face. Look at his face. Look at this. Look at Wiley's face. Look at Wiley's face. Poor brother don't know what hit him.
Connection with. Go and touch him on the chest.
Don't be scared.
Now, obviously, who she went into was not obviously to Wiley. Okay, so although they brought in a woman for Wiley didn't get a girl. Okay, and to be honest, I don't know why they brought in a woman who is 31 but with a child. That she's not going to be looking for someone like Wiley. I won't lie to you, right? Wiley was never going to be chosen for someone like Tina. More than likely wasn't going to be chosen because, like I said, just the situation she's been in, just the situation she's been in, and having a kid as well. Like, I'm looking at Wiley and I'm going, I don't even feel safe. Not that he's not a safe person. I don't feel safe saying, okay, that's going to be your, a stepfather now in your life now, with you being a partner too. So I couldn't really see that stability there with Wiley. I'm not saying Wiley isn't stable because he's got a stable job. He's a calm guy. But what I'm saying is, it looked like the energy he was given was such a young energy, and that may be because of his work that he does. But the energy he was given out was so enthusiastically young compared to his peers, and so it will look like he's even younger than the actual age he actually is. Do you know what I mean? Like, so that's a bit of a jig there. Yes, Jay, I see you. Also, just want to say as well, before I bring Jay on, I want to say one thing. I remember I was having a discussion with someone the other day, and we were talking about Tina's situation, and I was saying, obviously things get edited, so we don't really know, innit? But we were talking about the first conversation that she had with Wiley, talking about she came out of a toxic situation. And I was asking myself this question, like, what does toxic mean, right? And also, where is her also accountability? And I'm going to say this, I'm going to hear some ears, I know I'm going to hear it, okay? I was talking to this gentleman and I was saying to him, listen, bro, like, I'm in the place here where if I talk to a girl, right, and you tell me your boyfriend was toxic, but you don't tell me nothing that you learned and nothing that you know you should have done better, I'm going to look at you some way. Because then I'm like, you didn't learn anything, and also you're saying that you're perfect in a relationship, I'm going to look at you some way. Right? So whenever I start hearing stories now about my ex or my baby daddy or my baby mother, okay, man, them too, ladies, listen up to this. If the man, my baby mother, she's always like this, she's always like this. If all you hear is that my baby mother's crazy, or my ex-girlfriend was crazy, and that's all you ever hear from their mouth about their past partner, and they can't tell you what they learned and what they should do better, they are not the person for you. I'm telling you now, get out of there, okay? Because nobody's perfect, right? Nobody's perfect. Do you know what I'm saying, right? Nobody's perfect. So if you stayed in that relationship long enough to call them an ex, then we have to ask the question why you stayed. Right? If you're just there for 2-3 days, you're not going to say it's an ex. You would say, well, I dated someone for 2-3 days. You know what I mean? I dated someone for a month. Yeah, and it wasn't working out for me. But if you entered into a relationship, which means you consented to enter after seeing what you saw, and you saw what you see, and you're still on the seesaw of the relationship and you didn't get it out, and then you waited to then I need to hear from you that, okay, he's toxic, but let me be honest with you, I was still there, and the reason why I was still there was because X, Y, Z, I needed this from him, but we didn't hear that from Tina. What we heard was everything about the man that was wrong with him, and I'm wondering, where is your accountability? Now, it might have been edited out, so we might not have saw it, so I'm going to give it a benefit of the doubt. If we have her on here, we'll ask her. But I'm asking the question for you people. If you're exiting a relationship and going into a new one, and all you can say is how bad they were without explaining what you contributed towards it or what you should have done instead of doing what you did, then I'm going to look at you some way. I can't accept anymore that my ex was toxic and that's it. Because then you haven't learned. You haven't learned. It's that simple. Someone said it's not that easy. You're right, it's not that easy. But that means you're gonna have to review what you went through. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to be accountable, men and women, and I'm talking to both parties, not just women. Men and women, you need to start being accountable. And you need to start reviewing past relationships to learn what happened. And that means slowing the heck down and stop moving in your emotions and running into relationships and getting excited and then going into a new one, from new one to new one to new one to new one, and actually just sitting down and saying, hey, how did I contribute towards that? Or even if I didn't contribute, let's say, why was I still there? Why did I agree to be in that relationships? What were the red flags that I actually missed? That's accountability. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying. Let me get Jay on. Jay, what are you saying? Sorry about that. What you saying, girl? Oh, sorry, I got you on mute.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? What's up, Code?
What's up, baby?
Yeah, no, I love what you're saying right now about the toxic thing, because that was my question last week. What is toxic exactly? And whenever we think about the word toxic, let's be honest. If we are matching like two chemicals together, they say don't put this together because it's toxic with the next one or whatever and stuff. Generally, that means that it's two things or more that's making a situation toxic. You know, so it's not always just one party was toxic. Well, if you knew that one party was toxic, why did you get with it? You know what I'm saying? So that's what you got to say. The combination of you two were toxic. Because a lot of times that toxic person can go be good with somebody else. They can be great with somebody else. You can be great with somebody else. But the combination of you two was toxic. So yes, what did you do to contribute to that toxicity that you're claiming? You know, you had to do something. Like I said last week, unless that person is just like physically abusing you, then what's making it so toxic? Because that to me is just that person is toxic. Yes, that person is abusive. That person is that. But if it's not that involved, and like I said, if it's just cheating, there's other things that led to that you contributed to that unless that person just has a habitual behavior of cheating. Some people are out there that's like that. So yeah, we need her on here to really explain what she means by that word.
Yeah. And I don't think anything, I'm not even saying that you shouldn't use the word toxic. I would just, like you were saying, really just go a bit further and be like, hey, this is what I saw, and this is what contributed towards down for the relationship, and this is what I also contributed, or this is what I saw, and this is what I did. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that everybody gets that understanding. And this is men and women, but we're talking about Tina in this particular instance. Because that was going through my head. As in, okay, so that conversation's had. She's probably gonna have that conversation with someone else. Did she explain that? Did she explain what happened? Or you know what I mean? Like, are you okay now? Like, this relationship wasn't even long ago. So,
right.
You know,
and you got out of it. So it's a lot.
So is he going to be in the picture? Because he's a toxic. Now we know he's toxic. Is he going to be in the picture? Like, you trying to keep him in? You're not going to keep him in? Are you guys in a fight battle right now? We don't know. There's a whole lot of stuff you got to consider before you jump in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot.
It's a lot indeed. It's a lot indeed. All right, let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off. Let's talk about a few of the people. Let's start strong. Sabrina. Let's start strong.
Oh, we're going to start real strong. Okay.
We're starting real strong. I ain't going to waste no time. I'm going to ask a real question. Is Sabrina playing games? For you, is she playing games? Is she playing games? Or is she just doing what the men usually do?
This is funny because I did wanted to everybody else to be on because I wanted to go last on this, but you know, I'm going to respectfully be like, let me go last. But you know, I'll let them have their opinion when they get here. But for me, it's kind of messed up because it's a combination of all parties involved. But for me, was she playing games? In my opinion, yes. And I say yes because we got to think back to where she got that elegant talk and let down to PO. So baby girl is capable of having these conversations. And so the reason why I say that she's playing the game is because when she got with Tori in the date, she brings up that I can't just communicate to you that I'm feeling this person a little bit more than you. Why? Why you can't communicate that? The only time I would say you can't communicate that is if that person's never asked, because then it's not really I don't expect you just to divulge the energy, that information that's like, oh, I like this person more than you. That would be kind of stupid, especially on this kind of setting, to shoot yourself in the foot. But if this person is constantly asking you, and I don't know if he is, that's why I said it could be a combination of all parties involved. But if he is asking you and you never shared this information, like, hey, I'm feeling this other person, then that is an issue, because you are very equipped to have a great conversation with anybody, as we can see. And by that kiss, after that kiss that he gave her twice on the lips, that smile on her face, sweetheart, you are where you want to be. And so you just been using Tori. I'm sorry, people can say it a different way. She might have started to feel Tori after some time spending time. Hey, I'm about to get the spray now. She could have been feeling Tori after some time about, hanging with him and talking to him. She could have got to know him, but she wanted Demetrius from jump. That's what she wanted. And I say it just like this. There was a time in my life that I was in the club, and give me 1 second, because I got somebody showing out.
Oh, it's okay, Jay. I don't mind the little cat noises behind, man. It's part of the echo and the balance. But yeah, I was asking because I don't know. I'm in two minds, but we'll see. Go for it, Jay.
Yeah. No. Okay. So there was one situation. I'll just relate it like this. I was out. It was at Essence in New Orleans or whatever, and I was out, and there was a guy that I was actually checking out. But he had that kind of demeanor like Demetrius, quiet to himself, reserved, just kind of waiting for you to come to him. And so what I did is I understood what was going on, and I sat there and went and danced with his friend. So I got his attention by doing that. And so that made him more intrigued to come to check on me afterwards. So it was like I got what I wanted in the end because I wanted him, but I had to use his friend to do it. So if I can admit that I've done that, I know she knows what she's doing. Like, I know what she's doing because I had seen a game.
And you know what? I have to agree with you there. I think this was less about having options and more about using the option to get the final buck stop, right? I think Demetrius has been very stoic, very in his lane, very I will move when I want to move, you know what I mean? And this is Sabrina's way of almost kind of removing him from his position, and so I think the whole, I mean, look, I personally, this is Ready to Love.
Yeah.
I personally don't think she owes Tori a dime on saying where she is with him, right? In terms of telling you, oh, I'm feeling another guy more now. Like, nobody talks like that. And nobody ever says that. That's nonsense. Like, I know he wanted to be heads up, like, what was going to happen. No, what you wanted was for her to actually touch you instead of touching Demetrius at the game. That's completely different. And what I didn't like about it is that it's masked behind something. So when I say I don't like it, what I mean is that I wish he was more truthful. Because people think he's been emotionally vulnerable. He's not. He's still not being truthful. Because the truth of the matter is, it's not because, oh, Sabrina, you could have communicated to me that you were feeling him more. But did you hear what he said in the very beginning? He said, I thought we were better off in our relationship than you were with Demetrius. So it's got nothing to do with you wanting her to communicate more than you. It's the fact that you felt like you had a one-up because you knew this was going on between yourself, Demetrius, and yourself, Demetrius and Sabrina. Because Demetrius told you at deliberation the day before, bruh, I'm going up against with Sabrina, so we're gonna have to go for a war. So you knew it was a war. And my only thing is that Tori tried to play it like Sabrina tried to play him. Now, I don't think it was wise necessarily to show her hand like that, but you know what I mean? Maybe in that capacity, maybe a bit more of a flirting would have been better. I think that the game, it's the game's context. I think the game's context, and then everybody saying, it's going to be Tori, and then it's not Tori. I think that's what brought more of the embarrassment rather than anything. You know what I
And
mean?
that was where I was going to fault Tori on it too, because if Tori had not totally checked in with her, and which is going off the vibe of the community, because it's like, yeah, they might see things or whatever, but she's not divulging personal information with everybody. They're just going off of what they see. You know, everybody at the table was kind of shocked, even to the point Tommy was shocked, you know, and so that means she's been saying Tori's name to everybody, but she's obviously doing stuff in the background. She's having communications with Demetrius on the private and on the by themselves in private and on the phone or whatever they're doing. So if he's not going directly to her and say, hey, is there anybody else here you interested in? Who else you interested in? What's going on? Let me know where you at, where I'm at in your life, you know, then that's on him for just assuming he was that one or whatnot. So, you know, it was a catch-22. And I think really in that moment if she didn't want to give the upper hand to one or the other, she could have either made a gesture to both or just opt out. Or I'd have been me, the type of person I am. Y'all know how I get down. I'd have been like, damn, how I nipple on my own ear? Like, you know what I'm saying? Either that or I'd have went to one of my homegirls. Like if I made a connection with one of the homegirls, I'd be like, this where I'm at right here. This my boo. Like, you know, I'd have played my way out of that real quick. Or if you got to take the drink as a constituent, down it up real quick. Like, y'all not going to know.
I'm with you on that, Jay. Honestly, I'm with you on that. You know, with dark arts. Sean, what's your thoughts? We're talking about Sabrina. Did she play the game, or did she play the game like a man? What was your final thoughts on her particular behavior? Fair play or flag on the play?
I mean, I thought it was fair play. You know, I think she also, for me, the part that, you know, I know you guys covered a lot of ground already with her.
That's right.
But she also reassured him by taking him out on that date, which I thought was, you know, really, really nice of her. She didn't even have to do that. So I thought that was a way of just reassuring him that, yeah, we still have a connection, although, you know, I am exploring my options. So I saw nothing wrong with what she did. I thought it was well played, you know, and, you know, we have fun when you play those, you know, those kind of games that, you know, kind of get a little spicy. So I liked how it went, you know, not how we thought it was going to go. And I think it's also good in this context because it keeps Tori on his toes, because you can't just assume and feel like somebody is so locked into you so early on in the process. You know, don't get so comfortable, especially not in a process like this. Like to feel like, oh, you got it locked in the bag. Have you been doing everything to really lock her down? Other than those, you know, 2 cupcakes you doled out, you know, what else are you doing to solidify the connection that you have with her and trust that other men are going to be interested? So I think she handled it well. Maybe I'm a little biased because, you know, I happen to have a little crush on Sabrina from the show perspective. And I think that she's not moving in a shady way. You know, she's very transparent. She let him know what it is. And, you know, the next and the rest is up to him to see what he's going to do.
I definitely hear you on that, bro. Definitely hear you on that. I didn't, when I watched it, I didn't necessarily think it was shady. I thought maybe wisdom is not being necessarily used in this particular instance, right? Just because how men are, right? Unfortunately, men got big egos. But other than that, I didn't think she did anything wrong. Personally, it was a game. The game has rules, and the game requires people to do stuff. Okay? All right? Tori didn't leave the table. Yeah, if Tori thought the game was bad, he should have left the table. She should have said, I ain't participating at all. Right? But you didn't. You stayed. Right? You wanted to participate. And part of the participation of the game is you may not get what you want. It's actually a form of entitlement. And I'm not trying to, you know, throw people underneath the bus. But I'm going to throw some people underneath the bus, okay? It's entitlement. Because at the end of the day, you know that you're in a war between you yourself and another man over this woman. If you don't want to fight the war, you get out. You leave. And you don't get hurt, right? But if you put yourself on the line, there is a chance that bullets will fly and you may catch a stray. And you've got to be okay with that. You know what I mean? You've got to be okay with that. So I'm not saying that maybe later on that she may not show that she's playing a game. What I'm saying is, for now, this is not the game thing. And I agree with you, bro. That date was a nice gesture, but I know what she was trying to do. She was trying to make sure that, of course, part of the game, you got to keep your contacts. So, she wanted to make sure that, he's not too damaged, make sure that, and she let him know, hey, I've got to have other connections. It cannot just be you. You know what I mean? So, I'm hearing what you're saying. Lola, what are you saying? Talk to me, man. What's your thoughts on this, man? We're talking about Sabrina. Is she playing a game, or is she doing what men do, or is she just doing whatever? What are you saying?
She's just doing real life. Like, to me, in my personal opinion, I figure that she probably likes Demetrius a little bit more. But Demetrius didn't, put her on notice until last week. So the minute he put her on notice that, yo, I'm interested, then she's like, cool. And then she reshuffled her interests. So I don't see anything wrong with that. She just happened because, first of all, you deal with what presents to you. So initially, what's the name? Tori was coming on strong, gave her those little cupcakes. That was all nice and cute. But I could see from the beginning that she kind of liked Demetrius more. Because if you remember, when they're doing that tour around DC, like, I think he was the one talking to her, but she's like, why isn't Demetrius talking to me? And he was just like, minding his business, because he had the luxury to do that. But once he made his mind up that, you know what, I think I like her, I want to go for her, put on notice, then she acknowledged that and reshuffled the order. There's nothing wrong with that. I understand it. I do feel for what's homie's name, Tori. But the thing is, this is a good wake-up call for him. I'm happy they had this game done early on. So now he's been put on notice, bruh, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. Start playing chess. So it was nice of her to set up that date just to sit down with him, just to make sure he's okay. But really, what is she going to do? The truth is, I don't think she was playing games. I think she really actually likes Demetrius. Demetrius, seems to, even when she described them, there's one part where she says, I think it was during the lounge, when she said, blah, blah is sunshine, but Demetrius is cool, calm, collected. Yo, she talks sunshine. You're talking about your girlfriend. Cool, calm, and collected? That's your dude. So she's already told us who's in her pecking order. So I think it's fine. It's just, this is a chess game. He needs to stop playing like Carmen's playing. That's all. I think she's well within her right to pick the one she likes more. Of course, still entertain Tori. So she did. She sat him down and talked to him, made him feel better. But at least now, early on in the game, Tori, like, he needs to start thinking that, there are other, ladies I need to speak with. So I'm good with it. This wasn't a game at all. This is real life. You need to go because they always say how they say guys always, when they know what they like, they go for it. I think as women too, when we know who we like, we receive the pursuit. And she knows she liked Demetrius, and so she put him on. I like you. Let's go. Let's see where this goes. That sounds like human nature to me. I'm okay with it. Like, let's keep this going. Let's see how this goes. Unless he does something really crazy, I still think that he's her first choice.
It's getting tense. I like it, Lola. Thank you. David, it's good to have you on board, bro. What's your thoughts? Sabrina playing a game? Maybe you have a different thought to everybody else. Is she playing a game? Is she doing what men do? Is it dark arts? What is it, fam? What are you saying?
Hello, everyone. Shout out to everyone on the panel. It's good to see everyone again. It's been a while. It's a good Saturday in Australia, so I'm able to join live on video. Yeah, and greetings to my people in the comment section. So I think I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that's petty, but I mean, I really am put off if a guy brings a box of cupcakes and two are missing. Like, dude, come on, like, tighten up your game. Like, if you're gonna, I mean, there's four spots there, but only two cup. Like, wait, you ate the two and left me with the leftover. Come on, like, tighten up your game. If you're gonna bring two cupcakes, at least get a box that has only two slots. Not like, I mean, to me, I'm just like, man, lame game, because I mean, she had to be nice and be all whatever and all that thing, but come on, like, so to me, I just felt like those two guys, Tori and this guy, they just deserve to be on some kind of show that allows more young women, because the truth is, we always say it, whether it's a general statement or not, that women want leadership, women want men that can lead and direct them, and it always come often with that kind of situation. So I think there was no way it would have worked. Even the lady they brought in last, she was also not going to be with them. She wanted someone who was more matured, and then she was also a single mother. Like, it was just like, no no way for them. But in terms of her, I'm also like a fan of her. I'm married and happily married, so but I like what I saw, but I think she just basically played what the game was, which is the ready to love game. Like keep your options open, keep them closer, which I felt was the whole point of the follow-up date. Like, oh no, I don't want to make Demetrius be in a position of power where he feels like he's now in control because I've kissed him in front of everyone. I want you to still be there so that Demetrius is on his tippy toes, because Demetrius has already showed that, you know what, I'm this chill guy. I'm just gonna stay here. If you want me, come to me. Blah blah blah. But she wanted him definitely, but she also wanted to see that a little bit of tussle. And I'm a bit old school. I love to see that energy. I love guys, going after what they want, making the tensions known. Taking a girl on a date, open the door. Be there on time. Plan the date, show up. So he wasn't doing all that kind of stuff, and just that a little bit of energy to keep him on his toes in terms of Demetrius was good to see, because when he saw that, Tori was getting momentum, then he actually said in one of his testimonials that, man, I need to step up my game. I need to show her that, yes, I'm for. So it was good to see that. And I think she played the game as the game should be played. She didn't kind of, lock it in that way. And I think what Tori is now doing is now kind of looking towards Precious to kind of secure his spot, either secure his spot in the show or explore that connection, which is great. But then him being still on the show still puts Demetrius on that edge, like, okay, this guy is still there. I got to mark my territory. I got to keep putting in the work in. So to me, it's beautiful every time whenever there's more guys and less women, because then the guys are always like flexing muscles. We got all the testosterone out there. Like, no, you're not going to outdo me. I'm going to, show. And that's the way it should be. So to me, I don't think she was playing the game in that sense. I think she played the ready to love game, and, she was spot on. I like to see it.
Yeah, bro, the two cupcakes thing threw everybody off. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. For everybody off. We saw the box. It just you know what it reminded me of? My parents always said to me, listen, presentation is important. You understand? When you're young and you use your left hand and they slap your left hand, like, don't be silly. You understand? Use your right hand. It's about presentation. It's not necessarily that listen, it may have been that the 4 cup holders, it ran out. I know it's not a big deal for a lot of people, but I'm not gonna lie to you, when the camera zoomed in like that, I looked at it and said, where there were 2. And it probably weren't even 2 more. He probably only bought 2. He should have bought 4. You know what I'm saying? He should have bought 4. Because the cup holder is empty. It's looking a bit, you know what I mean? It's looking a bit empty. It's looking a bit, you know what I'm saying? It's like going into a house and somebody says, you see that you go inside the living room and then there's no sofa, no TV, nothing. It's just a mattress. It's going to be empty. You're looking at it like it's not finished. So, presentation is a very big thing here. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's what got him to the point where Sabrina didn't want him. I'm just saying little things like that, bruh, let's tighten up on the game. You know what I'm saying? Or don't do it at all.
Listen,
you know what I'm saying?
In his defense, the 2 cupcakes are like across from each other. So that's a placement.
He tried.
That's a placement in the place where they don't have a smaller box, and they put them across. They didn't put them directly across. They weren't going side by side. If it was side by side, the other 2 was missing. I looked for the crumbs. I didn't see any. I'm gonna give him a thing. He only bought 2, okay, and he was hoping to have them 2 for himself, but then she showed up.
Maybe clean up real good.
It did feel like it was a leftover, because the box even was already open, already as well. Listen, I think he ate the other 2, and then you consider, let me think about, I got Sabrina in mind. Yeah, look, you can't do it, bro.
I told y'all, they wasn't thinking the girls was coming. They showed up. He was like, oh shoot, damn.
And so he shouldn't have done it at all.
I got hungry.
He shouldn't have done it at all, because it made it, because you presented it as if you bought it for her. No, what you should have said is, I've got 2 left. Do you want one?
Put them on a plate.
Do you want it on a plate?
And none of us seen it.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is the left hand. Don't use it.
Yeah, anyway. I was looking for the crumbs too. I didn't see any crumbs. It looked like I was looking.
I was looking too.
You know how you see that little ice in evidence and stuff?
Yeah, I was looking for that ice. It was better off just getting one and putting it in its own individual box, honestly.
Yeah, the one. But then he didn't want to get the one wrong, so he didn't. He want to make sure he had an option, like she got her option.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody keeping options open. That's
okay.
Wait,
I like Tori. I'm trying to help him out. I like Tori. I'm really trying to help him.
Is Cupcakes $30 in DC? What kind of cupcake is that? Is that made of gold?
That's somebody's capping over there because ain't no
somebody trying to save Tori.
$30.
Someone trying to save Tori. He should spend 60 then. It's up to him. Anyway, sorry, Essence, go on. It's you.
Or he should have put it in one box.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. What was the question?
Sorry, is Sabrina playing games, or is she just doing what men do, or is she just being Sabrina?
No,
What's your thoughts?
I think that Sabrina is just trying to navigate how to, I guess, present or act while she has two men who are pursuing her. That's all. She's just trying to navigate that, and she feels a little bit pressured. I don't think that Tori is really pressuring her, though. I think that he was just communicating with her, like, who's your number one? Honestly, I don't like that question. I don't think that he needs to ask her that unless she's just gonna provide that information to you freely. You don't need to ask her that. But I think she's just trying to get comfortable with this dating experience. It took me by shock too that Tori wasn't her number one, because as a viewer, I'm not seeing the story being played out to where Demetrius is her number one. But she could be the type of female that just likes that chase, though. You know, maybe Tori is a little bit too available for her. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't think that she's playing a game. I think that she did exactly what she needed to do. She's being honest, and yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear that. I like the point about maybe being too available. I think he is a little bit too available in this particular essence. But Corey, you haven't had a say yet. So, Corey, what's your thoughts on Sabrina and Sabrina? Let me just say Sabrina in general. Is she playing a game, or is she just doing what the men do, baby?
Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong. You know, I don't think that Sabrina did anything wrong. She was well within her right to date multiple people. It's not her fault or Tori didn't take advantage of that. It's not her fault at all. So it really boils down. I think for Tori, though, I think he handled it incorrectly. As a man, I think he handled the whole situation wrong. He should have acted like it didn't affect him. But showing it affected him is giving her way too much power. I know, we're tired of playing games, but in this situation, he gave her a lot of power by showing his emotions so soon. They're not in a committed relationship. They're just seeing where things go. There is no need for him to be crying his soul out to her as far as being number one. I didn't know I won your number one. I thought we had a deeper connection. Well, sir, obviously you thought wrong. So it's no longer a need for you to have that conversation. I don't need for you to tell her that I thought we had a better connection. Okay, you were wrong about that. Don't bring it up. So what you could have done is just played it off easy and say, oh yeah, go ahead, man. I understand you have options. I get that. I have options too. You're dipping into yours. I'm gonna dip a little more into mine. We'll see where things go. Just handle it in a more mature way than saying, I don't know. But see, it's still a lot of different ways you can take this. As a man, you can say, okay, look, I really like this woman. She has another number one right now. Am I willing to fight for her to show her that I'm the right man for her? That's option one. Option two is you can be like, hey, I'm not gonna be in 1 second fiddle. I'm out. There's option two. Okay. So, and then option three is the one I just gave you, where he can play it cool and then just pursue things a little bit differently on his own. You don't have to give any explanation. As a man, you don't have to explain it. Once it's been presented to you at face value, you take what you have and then you move on from there. But he's not doing that. So to me, he comes off a bit soft. I'm sorry, in my opinion, by just how the way he's responding to this, to the whole situation. Now, when it comes to the whole truth of their situation anyway, why are they playing this game? Why is everyone doing what they're asked to do? Okay, first of all, I'm a grown man. I wouldn't say I'm a grown man, but I'm just going to talk to you guys about this. I'm a grown man. I can sit there and say, you know what? I'm not playing this game. Guess what? I have multiple interests. They know who they are. That's good enough. Cheers. And take a shot. I'm good with that. Anything else outside of that, it's like you're setting yourself up. And now you want to go back and blame Laverne for bringing up the game, but everybody who participated. I didn't hear anyone say, I don't think this is the time for that. I'm closer to picking my one. I'm not there yet, but I am very close. The end. Don't subject yourself to that. We're too old for this. We can speak up for ourselves now. So I don't understand that. The Cupcake situation. I have to agree with you guys on that. Bruh, bring one cupcake. You bring one and present it to her, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? You're the only sweet thing in this room. He can say anything nice. A nice little line of go along with it. Kojo is absolutely correct. There has to be effort in presentation. Okay, you got 2 empty slots in this cupcake box. what is she gonna think? What other two women did you get these cupcakes to? You know, that's something that she could have thought. But you got to put yourself in the driver's seat, not the passenger seat. And I think that's where Tori went wrong. That's just my 2 cents.
Love that point, bro. Love that point, man. You killed me the whole way through, bro. You finished me with that point, bro. And do you know what? That's gonna. I'm gonna use that to feed another question. I'm gonna ask this question from the ladies' side and the gentleman's side as well. I'm gonna ask this question: how should Tori have behaved after the game? Did he behave correctly? Did he behave incorrectly? What, like, how should he have taken this game? Because Corey, you made a point about how he should have been a bit more stoic in a sense. You kind of said like he should have showed no emotion. So maybe I should even ask the gentleman why maybe that could be a course of action if they agree with that point. So I'm gonna go to the men first. I'm gonna go to the ladies. David, how should Tori have behaved after the game? Did he behave the right way? Do you think there could have been a different way he could have handled it? And if there was, why should he handle it differently? And what's the effect of that behavior if he changes it?
I think he acted, in my opinion, his age. And when I say that, I mean he kind of acted a bit too sensitive. Because for me, I think if she has said everything or she has done whatever, you know, even at that, number one, I don't see the reason why you need to leave. You know, she has made a stance open and all those things. Good. Just, you know, compose, you know, be yourself. Let the game play out, you know, and then you explore your options. You know, she would see that you're exploring your options. You see that, okay, you're not sleeping on the game. You're also trying to play the game. You're also trying to network and meet other people as well. And then when you go to that dinner, you know, just tell her, you know, no, don't sweat it. You know, I've got options too. When you say I've got options too, it doesn't mean that somebody has told you already that you guys are together. You're just telling her that, you know what, I'm also looking at some other people as you're also looking at, because when you do that and you say, oh, and you play the way you did, you kind of give her this feeling of like, you know, it don't be for you, as we say in Nigeria, you know, like that's the end for you. Like, you know, you have no way out already. Like, you know, she has you already on a leash. And that kind of puts her in that place of power where she can now be like, and she actually played the game to him as well. She was like, oh, okay, so based on how it is, do you want to close the chapter? It's almost like you want to run away like a little boy now. Like, is that the game? Like, you know, someone brings the ball to the basketball court and say, you know, I'll take you one-on-one, let's play, whatever, you know. They hit two jump shots on you and whatever, and then you're like, yeah, you know, no, come on, let's play the game, you know. Fine, yeah, they might still beat you at the end of the game, but you put in your effort, you show that, okay, you're not going to just sleep on it. And, you know, so, but the way he acted just kind of put her in that place of power. And then it also made Demetrius also feel like, man, I'm the boss, man. I got the girl already. Because like the way he just ran off like a guy who was like already smacked on his buttocks, and he was like crying home, like, mommy, help me. You know, the situation is bad. But like, you know, it just kind of made it look that way to me. From my perspective, I felt like he should have still stayed at the meeting. You know, maybe another lady, maybe Precious or Ace would have been asked like, oh, who's one guy you're feeling? They might come and give you a kiss as well. And then your stock also goes up. And she's also like, okay, you also have options. But then, I mean, the way he just left, I think it was a bit, not the way I would have played it, basically, I would say.
You sure, Dave? Thank you much. Thank you. Sean, what's your thoughts on this, man? Like, how should he have handled this situation then? And if we say he handled it poorly, why is that a problem, the way he handled it?
Yeah, I think, you know, just similar to what everybody else is saying, it's showing your cards, it's giving up your leverage. And I think, you know, it also looked a bit immature because he just stormed off the table. You know, he had his drink in his hand. Then he started saying, you know, well, I guess I'm going to be eliminated next. It's like, bro, just calm down. You know, I don't know if he realized that he was on a dating show, right? So in real life, you know, we all have our emotions and our feelings, right? You know, if a situation doesn't work out the way we wanted it to work out, we have every right to our feelings. But when you're in a dating show in this type of environment, those things can get you clipped. Because now for the other ladies, it gives the appearance that Sabrina's the only one you ever wanted. And now anybody else is going to be second fiddle, right? So even if you try to explore another option or get to know somebody, they might, they might feel away because you were so bent out of shape about what transpired with Sabrina and Demetrius. So yeah, I just think he just needed to, hold his cool. When you get home, maybe you want to bite the pillow, cry a little bit, and to let one little solid tear drop on the pillow because things didn't work the way you thought they did. It's okay. Let it out. Don't bottle it up, but no need to show out and at the table in front of company. That's just one thing I was always taught. Don't show out at the table in front of company. You want to show out, you show out behind closed doors. Not when everybody else can see you and then it can come back to bite you. So those are my thoughts.
Love that thoughts, man. Love that thoughts. Corey, same question to you. I know you kind of answered a little bit, but maybe you can extend on it a little bit more. What, how should Tori behave? Do you know what I mean? How should he have behaved? We heard from Sean, we've heard from David as well, talking about it wasn't necessarily the right type of action. What could he have done differently, or from this particular instance? And why?
Yeah. So what I mean by that is that by him showing his hand, he's giving her power. It shows her what she could potentially be dealing with in a relationship if she were to choose him. If another man shows interest in her, is he going to be jealous? Is he going to be angered by that? So playing your cool in a situation like that is very important because you want to make sure that, okay, say for instance, if he had played his cool and was just chill with the situation, then it would have been more of a thinking situation for Sabrina. Like, am I making the right move here? The way Tori handled that was very mature. It may make her rethink her situation with him. But the process of this is to get the other person to think about you, okay, in a positive way. Don't give off negative vibrations to make that person think, okay, I made the right decision. All I did was kiss this man on the forehead or nibble on his ear, and this is the feedback that I'm getting from this guy. That we're not even in a relationship. So are we going to be argumentative in the future? Like, these are questions now that's raising her head that makes her feel more secure with her decision with Demetrius. That's the opposite of the way he should have been trying to do. So even though she chose another man, he should have still made a little bit, just a little bit of her thinking about him. So I think that's where he went wrong. That's why it's important too, especially in a game like this.
Love that points, bro. Love that points. And I just want to also add as well, because the men have spoken quite well about this subject. Because I think we've spoken to something about this before. I think myself, Sean, we spoke about this Married at First Sight season as well. The same kind of thing here. There is a need and I think I've said this before, to any man out there who's listening to this. Listen, I've got no problems with men showing their emotions and your feelings and how you feel and everything, but you've got to choose the right time. Right? This is not even about, a woman will use it against you and kill you. No, she will use it against you. She's gonna judge you, and rightly so, because there are actions that men and women do that we're actually not equal. I've said this so many times. We are not equal. She has breasts, you don't have breasts. Well, some of us don't have breasts. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we're not equal. We're actually not equal. There are things that as a man that you are called and destined to do, and there are things that women are called and destined to do. And there are certain things when we behave in a certain way, it psychologically sends a signal to the other party. Okay? Right? There are signals being sent. In that moment, when Tori decided, to lead the table, and then also as well at the table when he's speaking with Sabrina, someone actually gave a good comment. I think it was Crystal who said it. He asked, I thought, who's your number one kind of question. That is something we see from the ladies every single season. We tell the ladies, stop doing that. And he's doing it as a man. I just need you to deep that, right? So what you're doing now is role reversal. Now you've put this woman now in a difficult position because now she's role reversing with you. She's no longer the woman. You're not a woman. Do you know what I mean? And again, I always say this. This now relates back to emotional safety. You are now putting her in a position where she's not going to be emotionally safe. She's going to be covering you instead of you covering her. This is about how we play this game. So I know we're saying about, a man should to show their emotions. We should. We need to have our safe space. Go to your closet, like Sean said. Go and cry on your pillow. Go scream at the wall, whatever. But do that in the comfort of your space, right? Know the time and the seasons when to do certain actions. That is what a good leader does. If I see my leader breaking down every single time in front of me, I'm going to be concerned my leader can't lead. It's not every day come and cry in front of us telling us how hard the job is. We know how hard it is. We're working the same job. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know ready to love is difficult because we're dating other people, but don't show me all of that in one whole go. And also my final point is to what Corey also said, which is this is a game of strategy. And what he did was he actually went off balance, right? He went off balance by showing all that. I don't want to say emotion. You're allowed to have feelings, but what you do after it is so important. You left the table. And then you had a conversation after telling her, I thought I was, basically saying that you thought you were number one. And I thought we had a better connection than myself and Demetrius, right? And here's a final killer part of it. If you escalate, you cannot de-escalate. If you escalate, you cannot de-escalate. And here's where he escalated it. He basically sounded like, oh, I'm basically done. And she's like, oh, are you basically done? And then he had to scoot back and be like, actually, no, that's not what I really mean. Like, I don't really mean that I'm actually done. No, you're done. You're done. She's now got all the power and it's finished. It's done. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's done. Man, them, leave it alone. It's over. You've lost it. Okay? All right? Because after this point, fam, she's got all the power that she needs. Even if you do everything right from here on outwards, it's done. It's just done. It was done before this anyway, but it's really done now. So you're 6 feet under. Make it 12. You know what I mean? So for the men who are listening to this, I am not telling you not to have emotions. I'm telling you, you have to be understanding that there are time and seasons. There are strategies that you have to implement. You as a man, go into your bathroom, cry in there, come out, man up, you know what I'm saying? And keep your composure. Keep your composure. Ladies, let me get the ladies' point of view because they might have a different point of view to how us men saw things. You know what I'm saying? So let me get the ladies involved. Someone said R.I.P. Lola.
So I'm looking at it two ways. So let me look at it the girl way first. So y'all are being a little hard on him, but I'm still going to come for him. But the thing is, like, think of it. First of all, she goes to nibble Demetrius' ear. Then Demetrius put the coffin, the nail in the coffin and went to go smack her on the lips. Like, y'all not even being kind. Like, the guy got a double whammy. So they had their foot on his throat, first of all. But, I did see that part where he picked up his glass and he got up. But let's give him some credit. I'm sure there was a little bit of editing involved. I don't think he just got up after the kiss and stormed off in tears. I think, gradually they put it together to entertain us. But I think at the point when they met up for the date, when they were talking, he really was kind of scrambling, like, scurrying, literally asking, like, who's your number one? Like, sir, it's too early in the game. And I've already told these people time and time again to do their research. You don't put all your eggs in one basket so early. So I'm not sure what he was coming at. And you're right. There was a point where he was kind of coming on a little strong. And then when she said something, then he had to take the energy out of his voice because he wasn't ready to give up on her yet. But the thing is, we have to remember that these people always come damaged, particularly him. He does have this thing with his mother, didn't get his mother's love. So already he's got this fear of rejection or being deserted. So he has that going on. So I'm going to give him some grace. The truth is he probably had no business being on the show. But we'll see how he goes about it because I think for a man, and I think it's always with the opposite sex. For a man who doesn't have his mother's love, there's going to be that vacuum. Then I don't believe he went for therapy. I think he said he didn't, like he felt he did something by himself. So he hasn't done the work that's required to be in such a hot button scenario. This is speed dating on crack. So he can't control himself. He probably is crying during the breaks. But I just want to pity him and have some compassion as a woman. And just this, he probably, I'm sure if I was Sabrina, I definitely would be turned off by that kind of display. But at the same time, I would have some compassion for him. Now he's gone back to, because remember he bonded with, what's her name, Precious in the beginning, because they both have issues with their mother. So maybe he's gone back home to figure out if they can find something together. So I'm going to give him both. Like, yeah, he probably could act better, but he's missing a couple tools in the box. And they did kind of hit him with a double whammy, like a kiss and a nibble. And he sat at that table feeling like she was coming to him. Like he knew she was coming to nibble on his ear. And then she circled the block and went to another dude. Like he was blindsided. I'm just saying what I felt he thought. He thought he was the only man that she was looking at. Meanwhile, it's a dating show. It's a game show. So I have some compassion for him, but it is what it is. Let's see how he recovers. That's what I want to see. How does he recover? Because some people learn on the job training. Some people pick it up as they go along. So will he survive from this, or is he just going to keep drowning and then get kicked off next week?
Love that. Thank you, Lola. Thank you for the grace that you gave him, because us men were not going to give him that grace. So he better fix up.
But you too, someone stole your girl. Wouldn't you be upset?
Oh, she's not my girl. That's the problem. He didn't convince.
How you were behaving with homie when you kept talking about your lady. You've already forgotten. You were stammering and stuttering. Let
Look
me
at you
bring up all
moving
these.
mad.
Go ahead. Let's let
You're
people
moving
talk.
mad, Lola. You're moving mad. Hey, Jay. Talk to us.
That's right, Lola. You tell him, remind him about where he came from. He's trying to forget. No. But I'm on Lola's side with this, or what not. You know, we gotta look at. I definitely knew that was editing right there, because it really looked like he went to go get another refill his glass or whatever. And so I don't know what point of the night he did that at. You know, that could be at any point. Where I do feel he went wrong is at the dinner with Sabrina, though. At that point right there at the dinner, you could have just came in, like Corey said, cool, calm, and collected, just sat there and nod, like, okay. He didn't ask, who's your number one? Because that's already been established by the game. But he did ask, how do you feel about your number one? We don't care about that other man. We still supposed to be here. You're supposed to be worried about here. And that's all you need to be focused on, because I'm on a date with you right now. So I don't need to talk about the other man. That's what we don't need to do. And then where he started fumbling, like, you know, I don't want you. I'm about to, oh, never mind. I retract. I'm still here with you. No, you should have kept your energy that you had when you said, okay, now I know how to move. And you just left it at that right there. So you already said that much. So you should have just left it right there and let her figure out what your next move is about to be. You playing chess right now. Okay. So right now you need to sit here, give her just enough information to say, okay, here's where my move is right now. You made yours. Okay. Now you got to see where I'm going next. We still cool though. We cool, sis. Like, I'm not going to sit here and cut you all the way off because I need you. We playing a game. So I need your vote. I'm cool with what you did. You know, I know I'm not your number one. Hey, but I'm here. But I'm going to move how I move. So don't be mad because you made your choice on how you wanted to move. So when you start seeing me move the way I do, I don't want to hear nothing. I didn't know about this. I didn't know. No. You didn't communicate with me about what you was doing. So don't worry about what I'm doing over here. Enjoy the view. Just watch me as I work. Okay, that's all he needed to do. And so that's where, as a man, I would have wished, as like my little brother, or if I had a boy, I wish he would have stood up in that ground right there and just be like, okay, Ma, I see how you want to move. This is what we're doing. I'm matching your game. I'm matching your energy. Let's do it. Game on.
I hear you on that. Matching the energy, baby. Match the energy. Essence. I hear you, Jay.
Yes. First, I want to say, Lola, I've never been on a panel with you, but I am so honored. I've been watching you for so long. Yes, Lola. I also want to say that I think it was Demetrius who said later on in the episode, he said that Precious was doing the damage control. But I think it was Tori doing the damage control in this episode during that dinner with Sabrina. And I think he was doing that damage control because he really was shocked. He really was shocked and had no idea that that the connection that Sabrina had was even close to the one that she has with Demetrius. So I feel like where he messed up, where I could tell Sabrina was really changing her perception on him, is when they were talking about how they're going to communicate effectively. And Sabrina said, okay, well, we'll communicate so that next time you're not shocked. You know, so when she said that, that's when I was like, oh, her perception of you has totally changed. So I feel like, you know, he did show his cards. He was trying to be honest. I don't know if he was being too honest, but I don't know. Next episode, he's going to be with Precious. So I really want to see how that's going to play out. And when he was having a conversation with, I can't remember her name, but he was having a conversation with someone later on. And he said now he sees it as an opportunity now to explore other options. And that's how he should have saw it in the first place. It's an opportunity for you to explore other options, enjoy this journey. And really, they're still in the beginning of this process, or at least it feels like it to me, because they've been the way that they've been playing chess with this. So yeah, I just feel like now he just needs to wake up, explore his other options, because honestly, if Demetrius was not there, her strongest connection would be Tori, only on the sole fact that that's the options available to her, because I really don't see that they really have that much of a connection in the first place. So yeah.
I'm hearing that essence. I'm hearing that, and that's what you're talking about there in terms of even Tori and Sabrina's date. How she did she recoiled almost in that sense, right? Because she did say, what you quoted there, what you said was perfect. Because I just want to listen to it again. And she did say along those lines, like, "Yo, like, I'll do it for you," basically. But she had pushback. So that's even the extra part. And this is why I said, like, you don't want to be in this position where Tories, and this is what I'm saying, either you, and this, I want to say this to the men. This is not for the ladies, it's for the men, okay? This is something that I've learned. When you emotionally regulate yourself, you don't speak before your time. Tory spoke before his time, right? Because if you speak, you've got to do it. You can't go back on it, right? As a man, you don't have that leeway. I'm just going to be so sorry if you guys out there, maybe our dads didn't tell us this, but let me tell you this as a brother and as a dad. I'm not dad yet, but I'm just saying. But let me tell you this as a real thing. If you say it, you must do it. You can't go back on it. When you're dealing with women, you can't, right? Because that inconsistency makes them like, why is he not doing what he said he's doing? And they can't trust your word. They can't trust your leadership. And you come off weak. And Tori did that by backtracking. He started off strong by saying, well, I know what? I need to know where I stand, basically, in a sense, whatever. I'll play the clip actually as well. And then went back on it. And it's like, you forced this part to come out, and now you have to go back on it. And it's like, you don't want to do that as a man. You don't say anything. It's better you didn't say anything. Sit there, listen, soak it in, give yourself some time. Don't allow your emotion to override you. And this is what we're talking about. So maybe editing did get him walking up before his time. Fine. But he definitely said what he just said. Right? So we'll leave the getting up. But you definitely said what you said with this woman. And unfortunately, when you do that, you've kind of cancelled yourself. We're going to now have a conversation a little bit about Demetrius. Because I want to know, and someone asked a good question. I think it was Tosson asked it in the chat. Is Demetrius, being mysterious, or is he being emotionally unavailable? That's coming off as mysterious. That question right there. Is Demetrius mysterious, or is he emotionally unavailable? Coming off as mysterious. Who wants to go first? Lolo, you wanna spark us off as always?
So that's a really good question. And I think it will be revealed as we see him play along. Because on one hand, you could say, because he says he's intentional, that he's been biding his time and kind of watching. But it took him a minute. It took him how many episodes before he approached Sabrina to make that move? I'm thinking typically as a man, do I like her? Don't I like her? Make your move. Why did it take in the third episode? But he says he's being intentional. But now that he's made his intentions known, we will now see if he continues on that path or if he pulls back. Now, if he pulls back, if you have that push and pull thing, then he's emotionally unavailable. So we really need to see how he plays it from this point onwards. Is he the kind of person that almost wants to be pursued? Like almost lets the woman do the chasing, knowing he's not interested? It's how he plays it out now. Because the thing is, what made him comfortable was most of the women on, I guess, all of them, I want to say almost all of them, were kind of throwing darts at him, how they found him attractive, how he looked in his suit, how he wears his stuff, how he carries himself. Even the guys kind of prop him up, because when they had the elimination this last week, nobody wanted to do it. So clearly he stepped forward and volunteered and did it. So even the guys have a certain respect for him. But that's a really good question, particularly because he was in the military. And I don't want to say everybody in the military has some kind of issue, but there's some kind of thing you have to build up for what they see and what they go through. So that is, if he hasn't done the work, then I would say he is emotionally unavailable, but I can't say right now. I have to see, now that he's picked someone, I need to see how he moves to say if he really is. But that's a really good question though. Ooh. And I like him too, but let's see. So I'm going to reserve my comment till next week to see how he plays it out.
Fair point. Corey, what's your thoughts?
I have to agree with Lola in the sense of is more to come when it comes to him. I do know I get this introverted vibe from him though. And with some introverted people, it's really hard to figure them out. Exactly if it's something emotional or just the fact that they just loners, like they just be left alone. I will say that he shows more oomph in the gentleman's lounge. you know, in those situations, he's more forward talking and everything like that. I think the whole situation with him starting off the show and being selected to pick the young lady who's going home, I think that was kind of set up by production. That's just my own thought process on it, because he's not getting a lot of airtime. So I won't say it's a negative thing, but it may be for like TV, maybe like a boring aspect to him, that he's not getting that camera time, because we know with this production, they need the hot news. They need the hot people. They put the camera on the people that's going to, you know, bring people in. So we haven't been seeing that from him. So to me, I think that that's something that's missing. I think that's something he's been pulled to the side and talking about. So I think he's going to come out of his shell a little bit more in further episodes. But as of right now, I think he's just an introverted guy, and we're going to see moving forward.
Good points. Love that. Essence, what's your thoughts? You know, Demetrius, is he mysterious or emotionally unavailable?
I definitely haven't seen any behaviors from him so far to say that he's emotionally unavailable. The very first conversation that he had with Sabrina, the first day that they met, he took responsibility for what happened in this marriage. They opened up with each other about that. This episode, he pulled her to the side and told her his intention. And something about him tells me that he is a man of integrity. So if he's telling her that, I trust that is his intention. I think that what we're seeing is he is a very introverted person. He is a very militant person. I do see a leadership quality in him. So if there is any mystery about him, I think that it is just something that's embedded in the essence of who he is. How that would transcend into a relationship, I don't know how it would work with Sabrina. He seems like someone who can become a recluse, but I don't think that he's emotionally unavailable. I think that this is who he is.
Love that. You know, I love the point you made also as well. Have we seen any behaviors that may say he's emotionally available? I haven't yet, but I will also do understand that the energy he's carrying could be seen as that. So yeah, definitely hear you on that essence as well. David, what's your thoughts? You think our brother is emotionally unavailable, or is he mysterious, or is he neither?
It's a very interesting question, because I think Crystal put the kind of opposite of the question there, which is like is what's her name now? Sabrina attracted to unavailable men? Is that a possible situation? Because for me, I look at him like a kind of an introverted person, and I reference that to the bus trip. When they were on the bus, you know, he seemed so comfortable in himself, just sitting by himself without interacting with anyone. And I think that just kind of like a person who is very secluded to themselves, kind of a person. But then even when it comes to like the date, like this last episode, he went on a date with the other two ladies, you know, but I didn't see him, you know, or they didn't show us, let me use that word, make any effort to kind of connect with the other ladies. And then with him and Sabrina as well, you can't really see like him doing anything over the top to show her that I like you, to show her that I'm interested in you. Apart from Sabrina, you can also see him having any kind of connection with any of the other ladies. So to me, it just kind of comes off like, is it that, you know, he's just very, very introverted to himself, and he also wants women to come to him? Because in the case of Precious and him, that was what we saw in the previous episode, that Precious was trying so hard and he had to tell her like, look, you're pushing it too much. I want you to push back a bit. You see what I'm saying? So I'm kind of like, he's not doing anything to show that he's available, he's interested, he's wanting Sabrina or any of the other ladies, as a matter of fact, until when Tori kind of showed like she had some interest. Then he didn't do anything to actually show, and that's why she was also surprised when he called her aside and said, come, let's sit down together and have a chat. You see what I'm so I'm like, I can't really see him putting that effort in. Is it that he's not attracted to many of the ladies there, or is it that he's just camping all to Sabrina, and then he's also a person who doesn't make the effort to kind of connect with a lady and wants her to do all the pushing? So it's kind of a, you know, a conundrum in a way. So I agree that I want to also see how he evolves on the show, but the way he has been moving so far, it just seems like a very a very secluded kind of person who just doesn't get involved and interact and show an effort to show that, you know, I like you, I want you, that kind of thing. So, but I agree with point Essence made. I don't think we've seen necessarily anything so much to show that he's not emotionally available.
Love those points, bro. Love those points. Good points there. David, thank you, man. Good sound points. Sean, what's your thoughts? What's your thoughts around Demetrius in this case? Is he mysterious or is he emotionally unavailable? What's your kind of thoughts? Or is he neither?
I think he has emotionally unavailable potential.
Okay.
You know, so for sure I can see that. And I think the other thing is, let's remember how Phil got the attention of Sydney because he was the only one that really was kind of like sitting off to himself. I think there's, you know, some women just like that in a guy to not be pressed. And initially he really wasn't pressed in that environment. He kind of sat to himself. Now I thought you know, when he was sitting in the bus, it definitely looked awkward where he was just looking around, watching the trees fly by. But I think he stepped up his game a little bit and maybe found his way in terms of, you know, being quiet and somewhat aloof without being, you know, disengaged. So, you know, that's kind of what I thought. In addition to what everybody else said, I agree. You know, it could go either way at this point. I just need to see now how he maneuvers because I think he stepped out of his comfort zone with that game. So I know some folks thought the game might be a little childish, but I think it brought some things to surface and it was a way for us to really see him and what he's willing to do. So some people were saying he's boring. Well, a boring person would have sat out that game, but he chose to show his intentions and, you know, be a little spicy also, you know, with Sabrina back, right? And give her, you know, a couple of nice kisses. So, you know, I think there's still some hope for the brother.
Good points, man. Good points. Love that, Sean. Thank you. Jay, what's your thoughts on Demetrius? Emotionally unavailable or mysterious? Or not, neither?
You know, I'm gonna tip a scale a little bit because I'm with my boy over here, Sean. He has it in him to be emotional unavailable, and I say this because he done ran through women already. He said in his past he was running through women after his marriage, and he wasn't trying to settle down. Okay, so that combined with that lack of tact that he dismissed AP with. On the last one, you know, when do you have to go up and highlight everybody's red flags in front of everybody? Somebody that was an introvert would have been more in their mind to think better ways of saying these things so they won't be offensive to people. He is definitely not an introvert because he turns up in the men's deliberations. He turned up at the fire to say what he needed to say to these people and stuff. I think he's just the type of person who is very strategic in his head, sit backs and watches the game and figures out how to move from people. You know, he has a different way with Precious. He had no problem telling her how he felt about what she was doing. If he was really intentional from day one, before Tori made mention that he was feeling Sabrina, or how many times Tori made mention how he was feeling Sabrina, he would have showed intentions in front of Tori a long time ago. But the intentions didn't come out until this Truth or Dare came out. So he's being real strategic, playing the background and allowing the women to pick and choose him as he see fit, and he'll decide where he wants to go from there. This game just highlighted him in a way of, okay, yes, I got to show somebody who I'm into or whatever. And so he went on and showed Tori who he was into. That's who he showed. He wasn't showing Sabrina or whatever because he didn't have to. She was going to be there regardless. So I think he's strategic, if anything. And he may have some emotional unavailability to him. We still need to see more of it because we really haven't seen him really interacting with people to really say if he is or isn't, but it's potentially there.
Love those points, man. Love those points. Yeah. I would agree as well. I think there's potential for him to be emotionally unavailable. I think at the moment it's still a bit grey because it's still early, and we'll probably find out when the doors kind of close, when the walls kind of close a bit more, and it's him and Sabrina, and we'll find out whether he's able to be readily available. I definitely think there is a point that being mysterious sometimes can be a cover up for emotional unavailability. I think what you're describing, Jay, there is Demetrius is a sniper, so he takes opportunities to shoot bullets, but he's not spraying. Once he's there in the right time, right season, he's giving it to you. Full ammunition, empty the clip, done, out. That's how he operates. He seems to get in, get out, because we don't see him all over the place. We just see him in moments and spurts. You're right. AP conversation, he gave it to her. At the elimination, he gave it to all the women, and it's interesting. Even Precious, he gave it to her a little bit as well. Last episode when he was talking to her, he gave it to her as well. So he's choosing times when to kind of give these empty the clip moments, which is quite interesting. So he's I would definitely agree with you guys. He's strategic. So I think we have to wait, give it a little bit more time, and see how it plays. Because I definitely thought that he wasn't giving much on the camera past weeks, but I think now I'm seeing he's intentional with how he's trying to move. He's moving in the shadows. I can identify with that. He's a person that will cut your throat from behind. I'm just saying. He ain't gonna stab you in the front. He gonna cut you from behind. Okay, out of the shadows, just like that. Lola, what are you saying?
All right. So you're identifying with him as a reformed villain. Is that what I'm hearing you? Hearing you say? Hey, look.
I'm identifying with him because I think that's the kind of strategy I use. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna fight you from the front. I'm gonna slit you from behind. You don't. I'm gonna strategize. So I can see him doing that. But that's also part. I think part of it is a little bit of emotional unavailability. But we'll find out. Go for it, Lola.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm curious to see because everyone's kind of bringing out those points in him, and it's true because he has no problem speaking, particularly that exchange he's been having with Precious, where Precious feels a need to justify who she is, and he's just sitting there on his throne and listening to her speak. So there's a dynamic there that's making me slightly uncomfortable, but I'm not going to judge him yet. I'm not a therapist. I'm not licensed to therapize people, but he definitely is giving those vibes because on one hand, he could be strategic and taking his time, but they're little things that I can't really speak on yet. Because I hear everybody say, he might be an introvert. I'm an introvert. I speak like I'm an extroverted introvert. Let me put it like that. Let me refine it. An introvert doesn't necessarily mean shy. It just simply means that the way you wind down, like when I stay in a corner and by myself, and I can do that for days. I don't have to speak with anyone. I don't have to see anyone. But that doesn't mean I can't carry a mic and stand in front of 500 people and say something. I can still do that. And I can still interact with people and even flirt and close deals. But I'm not going to be a point where I don't think people consider me emotionally unavailable. And so that's why the fact that he's giving us those vibes, there's something there. Now, it could be something else, but we don't know until we see more. So I don't want us to think that just because you're an introvert, you don't know how to talk to a woman. An introvert can pursue a woman and do it well. Aren't you an introvert, Kojo?
I would say a bit like you.
Nah, you ain't. You ain't.
No, but no. When I'm saying, I don't think he's an introvert because introverts usually in their head enough to give a thought to what they're about to say first, and it doesn't seem like sometimes he gives a real thought. And I'm not saying it like that, but how he came up with those certain things that he did in front of the whole group to dismiss those ladies or bring out their flaws.
He's comfortable, right? He's comfortable.
Yeah, that was a little strong in his approach in front of everybody.
That's right. I don't think he's an introvert
like that.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Not going to be like that.
Interesting.
Or he just may lack empathy.
That's
that's leaning to what we're talking. Like, so we need to see more. You're right. Yeah.
Being in the military, that could be a good point.
But most introverts carry a high level of empathy in them. That's what I'm saying. Like he just
boom,
because they're with themselves. They know how they feel for themselves, so they would want to carry a conversation with somebody based off of how they feel. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, completely concur. So let's see how the cookie crumbles.
Oh, okay, good points. Wait, anybody here on the panel consider themselves to be an introvert?
I am.
Jay, okay. Essence. And Lola, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Sean, you're not an introvert?
That boy?
Like he just always chill, like real
Sure.
chill, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I
just
have
curious.
introvert tendencies because I'm an only child. I'm an only
Gotcha.
child, so I'm very used to being by myself, comfortable with myself, do things, you know, in that space. So yeah, there's definitely some.
But
some
yeah, there's a
elements.
spectrum too. So
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
we're all kind of different.
Yep.
Yeah, that's very true as well. That's very true. Yeah. Okay. Good conversation around Demetrius. Good segue as well because we're gonna talk about Precious because you know I want to ask the girl: is she a party girl? You know, why do you think the men specifically are thinking that she's a party girl? I did feel a little bit sorry for her when she was saying to Demetrius that I got to prove myself, and I was like, oh, baby. You don't even got to prove yourself, babe. That's not what he's asking for. And he actually told her as well, we're not asking you to prove yourself. I think they just want to see another side to you. So I want to get you guys and ladies as well thought around Precious. Is she a party girl? Is there more to Precious that we're not seeing? You know, is there something else we should be maybe looking deeper into with Precious? What's your kind of observations around her on this episode? But you can talk about everything that she did, but I want to reserve her conversation with Laverne to the end because that was a very interesting conversation that she had with Laverne as well. So, yes, I'll let my top row go first. Jay, what's your thoughts on Precious? Is she a party girl?
Precious is who she is. You know what I'm saying? I think she's when she wants to be the life of the party, she's the life of the party. You know, when she needs to be chill, she's going to be chill. But I think she's going to choose the life of the party more times than any time. You know, she likes, I think she's one of them people that likes to throw house parties, you know, or have events or whatever. So that's why I said, that's why it bothered me last week when she started explaining herself to Demetrius. If this is you and you're happy with you, just be you. You don't have to explain yourself to this man and then come back this week trying to say that I need to prove to you guys that I'll be behind my man. No, your man will know that because your actions when you get your man is going to show that. But if your man doesn't like you for how you are when you're in public or you present yourself around others or whatnot, then that's not the man for you. You need to find a man that's going to be comfortable with all of you the way you are until you're ready to change or you have real motivation to make that change for yourself. You know, like if you feel like there's a flaw with you, then he might motivate you to make that change and make it better. But if you don't feel like there's something wrong with you, you shouldn't have to explain yourself to anybody else. And that's where I feel like Precious goes wrong in a lot of areas of trying to woo these people over. Don't woo them over. If they don't like you, they don't like you, move on. You know, that your one might not be on the show and that's okay. But somebody is going to see you on this TV screen and say, you know what? I like that girl. I like that because I'm not that. So she might bring that out of me and I might bring her balance. You're going to find your balance. So just be you. But are we going to talk about that conversation with Laverne right now or are we going to wait till later? Later? Okay. So yeah, I'll just leave it like that and let everybody else go on it.
Appreciate Jay. Appreciate good points there as well. Yeah, definitely hear you shouldn't have to prove herself and that her person potentially is just not there. Unfortunately. But yeah, Sean, what's your kind of thoughts?
So what I got from it, and I think this was their nice way of saying that she was being a little thirsty because she definitely was throwing out the sexual vibes to everybody. You know, she was throwing out the sunshine and hoping anybody would catch it, you know, especially, you know, with the last date she had with Donovan, it was too much. And then when they had the little pool party, she was all over the place. And I'm going to say this, and I think this is another thing where the party girl thing may have come out. Take it with a grain of salt, you know, and like Jay said, maybe, you know, you'll find a guy that is cool with that and will accept all of that. But sometimes you got to tone it down a little. And a lot of us, not all guys, but a lot of us guys don't like a woman who's loose off the goose. You know, you can't really contain yourself at the party. You know, you have a drink if you drink, you know, but just chill out. She was just like a little slurry, a little bit all over the place. She was up in everybody's face. And we just don't like that, especially in a ready to love scenario. It's kind of like you need a little bit more seriousness. It's like have fun without, you know, like being a little sloppy per se. And I think that's what it was reading. And I think that was just their nice way, maybe it's not so nice way, but it was their way of expressing party girl, you know, because it was kind of like she's just here for a good time, wants to have fun, but we can't take you serious, you know? So that's kind of what I saw from her. And I think like, you know, they were trying to give her some messages to like just, you know, tone it down a little bit, you know, take it down just like a notch or two, you know, so that people can really get to know who you really are versus this persona.
Bro, good points there, and I rock with you on that as well. I think just time and season, you know, be your extroverted self, but know that. And I think she's on the extreme end of extrovertedness. She's on a tip. So when you're on a tip, yeah, you know, it's very difficult for everyone to roll with you a little bit. You know what I mean? Especially and it goes other ways as well. If you're on tip on the introverted self, people are like you too down quiet, like you don't say anything, like you're not around, you're not, you know what I mean. So it's the extremes of those ends, and being able to make it work with everybody else who seems to be more in alignment on both ends. David, what's your kind of thoughts then to Precious? Is she a party girl? Were the men trying to be nice? What's she saying?
So I don't think she's a party girl. So whenever I watch these shows, I always tell people, and I always try as much as possible to look at the beginning of the show and to see some background about the people, because I think it's very important. And two things about Precious is this. She did say, and that was what she was talking about with Tori that made them to connect. She said she hasn't seen her mother in 20 years. And she was raised by her aunt. Okay. Now, and number two is the fact that she has been single for 9 years and celibate for 6 months. Now, those two things tells me immediately that someone who is going to be looking for acceptance, who's going to be looking for validation, who's going to be looking for someone who's willing to accept them and make them see that, you know what, you're still loved, you still have the game, you're still attractive, you still, you know, and the attractive part talks about the whole, you know, 9 years and all those things. But then the fact that she hadn't seen her mom for 20 years and she was raised by her aunt, I think that shows you that there's a lot of you know, need for, I mean, I don't want to use daddy issues, but there's that need for that acceptance and for that validation and all of that there. So when if you look at the previous episode, you know, she had been, in quotes, you know, left by someone, and then there was a party, and then she was trying to get it back. So that's sort of that. And if you listen to her at the beginning of the show, she also said she's a big personality person, and that big personality person is the point I think Sean and Jay was making before, that she's, and you also made, that she's a bit on the extreme of that extrovert kind of personality. So that party was sort of our kind of being that a free person again. That, okay, you have already told me you don't want me. Let me just be myself and, you know, just go all out there and see, you know, who's going to take me. And immediately the guys were like, no. We can sense this is coming off to us like you're thirsty, you want some, you know, and, you know, spot on, you know, we don't want that. It's kind of like a kind of a balance for a woman, whereby you're like, you know, you show that you're interested, you show that you have that part to you, but then you're like, no, I'm not giving up the goods just like that. I'm not that kind of person, you know, that word that Sean used to describe it. So, and I think that's just the kind of the situation that happened there. So I think the whole thing that they said about her being this party girl, I think that was just a kind of a point to just say, okay, you need to tone it down. And I mean, if PO, who is the kind of, in quotes, you know, super extroverted, whatever kind of guy, is telling you need to tone it down, then you know you're already like way up there, you know. So I think she just had that going on there, and I think she needs someone who is going to, you know, help her see that, but more than see that, she needs a coach to actually help her walk through those situations and actually feel that acceptance and feel that love within herself. Because if you don't feel it within yourself, no man, nobody is going to help you feel that, you know. And so that to me is a vacuum that needs to be filled, and then she can bring a whole healed self to the relationship. But I think she's going to, you know, strike a connection with Tori. She will go back to, you know, that part. I do hope, which was my concern at the first episode, that they don't get into this trauma bonding kind of thing, because I think it was either Tori or Wiley who shared that he also had some issues, and they kind of like, yeah, we connect. We, you know, so I hope they can go beyond that and actually connect on something deeper than that. And she can feel that acceptance and feel that love, but more importantly, do the work, you know. And for everyone, you know, it's important for us to do the work. You know, we always throw around the buzzword in the Black community about therapy. I've done the work, you know, toxic. I mean, I'm always like, you know, like we talked about with AP, be careful how people just throw those buzzwords. Actually try to find out, what have you done? Tell me the activity that you did that showed you did the work. Don't just say you've done the work and you are healed. And no. What did you do? You know, you cheated on your wife before, like Mr. Demetrius. What work did you do? Where did you own up to it? How did you resolve those issues? Don't just say you did the work and all those kind of things. You know, so anyone out there, you know, contact, you know, Kojo, the coach, you know, and work those issues out and get healing that you need, so you can bring your full self into your relationship and into your not just, you know, romantic, but also daily life relationships.
David, that's great breakdown there, as Lola did earlier on for Tori as well. Good background brought into the thought in terms of singing Precious more clearly. I'll be honest with you, bro. I can't save her. I'm saying that in the sense of I can't save her because the kind of information. What I can do is help bring the dots from the back to the front. So I'm saying some words that are gonna sound bad, but I mean from past to present, right? I can connect those dots. But what she really needs is another woman who is probably a little bit more experienced. This is what the Bible says. They need some older women. She needs Lola right now. Okay, Lola, we need you to be up in here. So I'm volunteering Lola to the job. But she needs an older woman who has gone through the middle of life, understands it, what it means to be a woman, and then she can relate certain information to her, because what she's missing is a piece that even me as a coach can't give her. I can help her connect the dots of why you behaved the way you did, the way you just brilliantly did there, David. I can help her connect those dots. But the next part of the real work, I actually can't do nothing about, because I've never been a woman. You know? And so these are the great opportunities that we have as human beings when we realize, again, when I keep saying men are men, women are women, and we can't do the same job. I can't do the woman's job, can't do the man's job. Do you know what I mean? We need each other to be in this place. So yes, someone like Lola who's experienced, knows life, swimming through life, do you know what I'm saying, can guide a woman like her and be like, hey, that's not to discount Jay and Essence. You two can also help as well if you want to. But I'm just saying, I just chose Lola because I was looking at her. But you know what I mean? So someone who can also help her get that next step. Say, hey, look, this is parts of what you might have missed. You know, like how I just said, like we were saying, us guys, you know, maybe our fathers might not have told us all we know, but some other guys don't know. The way we say it too, that's why when we said it, and I was going to point it out, the way Lola broke it down is not how we're going to break it down to men. We're not about to give you a whole background essay to Tori. Tori, fix up. Nah, this one needs to be done. Because that's how men talk. But what Lola did was she kind of brought the little background nice there and said, hey, let me give me a bit of grace. We don't do that most of the time with men. You know what I mean? So again, we do different jobs. And that's a beautiful way that you've just broken it down, David, as well. And I want to celebrate the fact that men and women, we do different jobs. It's okay to be okay with that. Do you know what I mean? And we should encourage that even more. So brilliant breakdown there, David. Lola, what's your thoughts to Precious? Is she a party girl? You know, is she not a party girl?
So with Precious, to button on to what he said, because I remember the background when she and Tori sat down in a room and talked about it. I would say with anyone who has that kind of background and has been through that kind of pain, you see the party girl exterior just as a protective covering. That's who she presents to the world, but that's not essentially who she is. And I think she uses that to cover. Yes, she's got a big personality. She knows how to mask it. That's how she's kind of moved through the world, but there's pain she's covering. And I don't think she's been for therapy to at least complete the healing. Well, the healing's never complete. It's ongoing. So I definitely won't call her just a party girl. As people, we're three-dimensional. That's one side to her. And with a show that you probably take 10 minutes from, 8 hours, they're giving her a character, they're giving her a role. The script writers have now put that forward. Oh, this is going to be her part in this. So they're going to call her party girl. So I don't think she's a party girl. In terms of, there was an exchange she had with, what's his name? Demetrius. That made me sad for her. There's always been something, I don't know, because of her story. I've always had compassion for her. But particularly during that moment when she's trying to prove herself to Demetrius and say, well, let me do this. And there's a power dynamic there that, because typically when you're dating, unfortunately, particularly dating today, it's all about the power dynamic. All you want to do, particularly when you're dating, is just kind of meet in the middle. But the fact that she wanted to prove herself to him almost had her looking up at him. Oh, let me prove myself to you. That begins to show you the other things behind it. Now, all of us are insecure. We have something we're insecure about. But there's definitely something she felt insecure, particularly when she's talking with Demetrius. She always seems to want to prove herself to him that, no, I'm not that person. Instead of her speaking, what she could have done was had a conversation. Because what they essentially told us that maybe you talk too much, you're all around the place. So what she could have done was had a conversation with him and had him talk more to kind of figure out who is this guy with the beard? Because all I see is the beard and the eyes. We don't know what else. We don't know what he's about. We know he was in the military. We don't know anything else. And so instead of trying to prove herself, she should actually put it in practice and have a conversation to bring him out and say, okay, who are you, sir? But she didn't do that. So already that insecurity is coming there. So I do feel for her. She's not, I think what happened during that party, or maybe on a couple parties they had, is she has such a personality that she shows the world that when you, particularly men, masculine men, and masculinity comes in different forms. You're forthright, you're outspoken, you're in charge. And during that party in particular, wherever it was when they had the go-go band, she was all over the place. She was talking to the guys, she was cracking jokes. So she was, and we had both energies. She was occupying her masculine energy during that period of time. And so that's what came across. Because even Paul, who I think is like an old school masculine guy, like if he had to tell her that, sis, like you go mingle, I'm going to mingle over there. Like he's already taken her name off the list based on that performance from that party. And she's the one who saved him. But the thing is, they're just viewing her through a bird's eye view. They're not giving her enough time. I hope she has enough time to really open up so we can really see who she is. I don't know. There's something about her I like, because I know there's a story behind her. There's something about her life experience that will really, you'll get to see who she is. But of course, being in that kind of scenario, it's not easy to open yourself up. It's not easy to be vulnerable, both to strangers and with the camera rolling. So I would never just call her party girl. Because if you see me outside at a party, like I will dance from beginning to end, but that's not essentially who I am. People who used to know me in my party days didn't know who I was. They were just acquaintances. Like I'll get down with the best. I'll do the running man. I'll do the splits. I'll do all this. But that, you don't know me. You just see me in one aspect. I'll dance for 6 hours and then go home. You don't know who I am. So I could never say that's who she is. But she definitely has some work she needs to be done. I don't know if this medium will help her be who she wants to be. But definitely with her story, there's more to her. There's no way, no human being goes through those things and doesn't have a story to tell and more to their personality and more to who they are.
Good points there, Lola. Yeah, I definitely hear you. And you made a similar point to what I made in a video I did of Precious, which was around nobody. If you meet me on TikTok, you're not thinking about me talking about relationships. I'm shaking my nash all over the gram.
You're not thinking grey sweatpants. I had to message him one day that my brother, why are you wearing grey sweatpants? You know what it means when you wear grey sweatpants? You said God forbid or something like that. Like
sorry,
like, people look at TikTok.
I requested that, Lola. Sorry.
I'm like, dude, why are you wearing grey sweatpants? What does that, like, you know what that means? And then he's shaking his butt and he's rolling his waist like, G, hey, my G.
I'm a party boy. I'm a party boy.
A party boy.
A party boy.
I'm like, my G, don't do this. Like, I'm always in his little chat, like, brah, like, no, this is not what we're doing today. Like, Tristan, just tempting the saints. So you're right, exactly. People see you on TikTok, they don't know the essence of who you truly are. Yeah. Like the Bible scholar behind all that waist twerking.
Now, when you say like that, damn.
Lord, he twerking for the Lord.
I mean, I was talking better than freaking AP was. I was talking better than AP was.
No, you mean Ace.
Ace, sorry. Ace even.
She was doing the back thing. She was trying to crack her back.
She was doing just a cartoon.
Twerking, but she was vibrating her back. But she went twerking.
It was a back twerk.
And she was in DC too. Yeah, it was a back twerk. Like she was doing all that.
That was a deadlift. She was not even a twerk. She was working out.
Yo, poor
Oh,
girl.
Ace, we
Poor
love
girl.
you, man. We
Doing
do
a
love you, but
squat.
it was just
do.
Water or
there was no
something.
twerk going on. There was no
And
twerk
yes,
going on.
Lola, I have muted Kojo on IG
Now, why
because
you gotta do that, Sean?
because it's like
He's doing too much.
I can't have nobody walking past and seeing these things
You
pop
need to
up
be
on my
watching
screen.
it.
In grey
It's crazy.
sweatpants.
It's
You need to watch
ridiculous
it.
at this point.
I hope you watch it at work next time. I'm gonna open a special.
He's
Never.
doing no. Please, Sean,
That's so
continue
good.
talking. He's doing too much. Like
Just
I
as your
tell him as a
work.
girl, I'm like, yo, bro, like, come on now, bring it down a little bit. Like maybe
But
once a
don't
week.
but
Bring it
this
down
is-
like Precious.
You know, Lola, you know better than all of us. You tell Kojo to stop, he's gonna amp it up. So I just mute him.
He
because
loves
I'm
to be a
tired.
thirst
I'm just
trap.
not
He's
gonna
been doing
talk to
this.
him about
He's
it
been
anymore.
doing this before we knew him. You saw those old pictures of him where he was just wearing a vest with his chest out back in the day
Yeah.
when he lived in the gym. So he
Guys, I'm
enjoys
not this
being a
bad.
thirst trap.
It's only because
No,
you see me
you
on
know
TikTok.
what was the deal breaker for me when he jumped up on those people's good gym equipment.
Yo,
climbing up there.
yo.
Wait.
I
This is
was
ready to
like,
love,
nah,
guys.
bro,
This is
we're
ready
good,
to
we're
love.
good.
Don't worry. I'm
Muted.
at work like this with rock mode. I'm like,
Thank you, Nachi Fonlu.
Skip.
Thank you, Nachi Fonlu.
Skip.
Let me booty
Skip.
clap in peace. Okay? Let me booty clap in peace.
Yes.
All right?
I'm not gonna disrupt his gnashing or whatever you want to call it.
His yash. His yash.
Go for it. Go off, bro. Have at
But no,
it.
but you know, you guys have proved the point, right? Because you guys already know me, right? And this is the key aspect that we're talking about. Precious, you guys already know me. You know there's another side to me. If you just met me on TikTok and you never had met me before that, you don't get another aspect of me, right? So there's part of it which is you need time to be able to show people the other side of you, because depending on how they meet you, but also too as well, can Precious show that side of her? Does she have it in her to show that side of her? Because, you know, all of us can meet someone and be like, have a prejudgment of that person. And then when we speak to them, we're like, oh, do you know what? I've got a different viewpoint to you now. But the men are not doing that. They're not going, oh, I think she's a party girl. And then when they speak to her, oh, she's different. They're like, no. Everyone's like, we're running now. Which means at the moment we're not getting, there is all, I believe Precious is authentic. I think she just hasn't got the space yet, or got to the space yet to open herself up a little bit more. So even her saying I want to prove myself, for me was almost like this is almost her way of trying to say, look, you know, I can change in a sense that this is not always me. And I believe that's not always her, but we need to see more of that Precious, that other side, like you guys already know. So you know there's another side of me. So it's not just, oh, the TikToking guy, you know there's another side of me. But she needs just to bring that out so we can see that. So hopefully she'll get that chance. And hopefully she'll know how to get to that space. I don't know if she will. So Corey, let us know. We'll leave my TikToking antics alone. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, to me, I don't think that she's a party girl, so to speak. I think she lacks depth. She comes off as if she's not very self-assured, in my opinion. It's like she knows who she is. I believe she knows who she is, but either she cannot translate it through conversation, or she feels that men won't care about that side of her and are only interested in how she looks and her body and, you know, being sexual. But she has to understand her value, and she has to be able to translate it to men in a mature way where she puts that first before her looks, before her sexuality, as far as her being in the moment in that situation. But I've noticed that with every conversation with every man that she's talked to on the show, something sexual has come up in the conversation. So what more can you talk about? You know, give me some different layers. I don't know if she's shying away from that because maybe some things she wants to talk about is too personal, but she spoke about her being a businesswoman. She spoke about her being professional. Show that side of you, because we as men, we do care. We care. We want you to have layers to you. It's important for that. But we need to see those layers, not only just that one. So yeah, that's how I feel about her.
Yeah, good points there, bro, about as well. She might not have that depth. I think she might not have that depth now. I think she can get there, but you're right. I think right now she's given what she can give. You know, she's given what she can give. So I hear what you're saying. Essence, talk to me.
You guys can hear me now? Okay. I was just listening to what everybody was saying, and you guys are giving me good perspective. So I kind of just want to speak in terms of how I felt originally when I was watching this episode, and just to give another perspective, because I was really annoyed this episode of how I'll take the language from last season. I was annoyed with how Precious was handled. I really was. When they use the words, we feel that you want to be in the clubs. Is that what they say? Or you want to party? I mean, that was just as bad to me as calling her, a name. To me, it was. To me, it put a scarlet letter on her. You could tell on her face. She just looked just destroyed. And I do think that Precious has depth, and we've even seen it. And later on, we'll discuss her conversation that she's going to have with Laverne. And I think that depth was shown even then in that conversation. I think that what her problem is that Kojo, like you said, she is very extroverted. And when you are at that tip, you leave a lot of room for other people to make judgments and assumptions about you. I think that she'd be that girl in college who does go to all the parties. She's always seen at the parties, but she's also seen at the 8 a.m. class. There's two sides to her. And another thing is that she's so extroverted. And when she was explaining herself to Demetrius at the party, she said, I just want you to know, I want to feel people's energies. And that's why, I'm out there. But the thing is, Precious, is that she needs discernment. You don't need to feel everyone's energy, and everybody doesn't need to feel yours. And so that's really her problem. I just was really annoyed too at the date when she was talking to Demetrius, and Demetrius said, you don't have to explain yourself. But it's like, no, I kind of do, because I feel like there's a perception of me that's incorrect. And if you want to call it damage control, then call it damage control, because you sat here, you asked me to step forward in front of all these grown adults and said that I'd rather be in the club than to find love. So if I'm doing damage control, then I'm doing damage control. And although I do feel that Demetrius is a person with integrity and that he's an introvert, I also think that he's self-righteous, because I felt that that was just biting that he said that to her. That's all I have to say.
No, good point there. Good point there, especially about maybe the self-righteous point. I didn't consider that until you said it. When you said it, then it was like, yeah, just the way he kind of delivered it. I think maybe not so much maybe this episode, but the episode before, when I saw him talking, that's when I felt a bit more self-righteousness, because it was the way he delivered it, which was really some way, I would say, some way, the way he delivered it. So yeah, I hear you on that essence. Sandria says, it's given, hey, there are multiple sides of me, give me time to bring forth the side you prefer to see. Yeah, that's what I was getting, and that is not necessarily about man. That is about what I think David kind of alluded to it really well. Is this is not about Demetrius. This is about not having that motherly figure and wanting that love. You try to almost prove to someone that you're worthy, and that is a very difficult place to be in. You know what I mean? And so when she's hearing that, because when I watched it again, I was like, how would I have wanted her to word it? I would have wanted her to maybe ask a question. So, hey, you said I was a bit like this. What did you mean by that? That's you then giving that person an opportunity to explain it. But she said, no, let me just prove myself to you. And I was like, babe, like, no. And I'm not even trying to shoot. I was just like, oh, no, where's that coming from? Prove yourself. Why? You know what I mean? So not that she shouldn't ask if you want more information to be able to understand, But it's the way she kind of said it. I'm going to prove myself. I was like, that's not you now. You proving yourself, actually still not getting actually the information you need from him. I don't think you actually know exactly what you need from him, because he just said you're not a party girl, and that's what it is. And he hasn't actually fully explained it and fleshed it out. So, yeah, there's some good points we're making about this situation. And we'll come on to the Precious and Laverne situation as well. One thing I would say, last thing about the Precious thing is... just as to your point as well, Essence as well. Men are very interesting people, right? Because when we're talking to women, so far as we're not Kevin Samuels, when we're telling you what's wrong, we find it difficult to tell you what's wrong, right? Whether that's us projecting how we would feel if we're doing it onto you, whether that we're feeling that you might not be able to take it, whatever the reason is, we find it difficult to tell you straight shooting, hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. Your behavior, I'm not down with it. I don't like it. This, that. it's not working. And this is why the men are turning against you, because you do X, Y, Z, right? He almost sugarcoated it, because really what he just should have said was, you've made so many sexual jokes, you've been around all the man them, and none of the man them really trust you. But if we were to say it straight, I wonder, would it be better off doing it that way? You know, would we? It's a genuine question now to ask. Maybe I can ask the ladies first. Are we better off saying it straight shooter? Because if we say it straight shooter, I'll be honest, it does sound like Kevin Samuel-ish. Because when I'm not saying that we shouldn't say it, I'm just saying when we say it, it really is that. It's like, yo, you come around the man them, you're way too free. Man them don't operate like that. Man's ego, obviously, as well. We want a certain gal to behave in a certain way because we don't want to see that you're too free. That means you can be for anybody. And man them don't operate that. And it sounds, a little bit harsh and Kevin Samuel-ish. So let me ask the ladies, maybe we do need to start doing that. Or maybe we need to find a good medium maybe as well. So Lodo, I'll go to you first. Should men be a bit more straight? Because not straight, but straightforward with how they deliver what they're saying.
Cole is trying to tell us something this evening, because you've been talking like front to back, the tip, all this stuff. But okay, I'm gonna let you be with all this twerkness going on. But I'm back to your point. I think it depends on how you say it and who is saying it. Like, I know, because everything, you can say everything, but it depends on how you deliver the message and who the person is. Like someone like Kevin Samuel, who has a reputation for denigrating women, he's not someone I would listen to. But if there is someone I have some respect for, or carries himself in a certain way, if he speaks with me with some compassion, and you can always tell where people are coming from, like their intent of that communication a lot of the time comes through. And so you might be able to receive it, but I don't think you'll receive a sensitive message from a stranger. So in this regard, where they are essentially strangers and these are people you want to date, it's going to be difficult to get a sensitive message from someone you don't know, who's otherwise judging you to see if this could be a possible partner, because it's too early in the game to get that message and not feel defensive. So it's hard, because it's the same thing as saying, you meet 10 other people you don't know, and someone needs to tell you that your breath stinks. Like, how are you going to deliver that message? Like, I don't think a stranger can tell you your breath stinks. What a stranger could do is offer you some mints. Like, it's all in. So you probably couldn't be very straightforward with someone who you don't know. That's because it'll be hard to receive that message and actually process it and take it in from someone you don't know, at least for me.
Good points. Thank you for that. Essence, what's your thoughts? Should men be more straightforward? We doing too much?
Being straightforward is always a good thing, but it's always a time and a place. And it boils down to being articulate about, what you're trying to communicate. In terms of this show, definitely it's a time and a place to communicate. But you have to be straightforward. You have to be clear. You have to be concise. That's something that Sabrina could be doing a little bit more, just being straightforward. And same with Tori, being straightforward. There's nothing wrong with that. If someone's feelings get hurt, that's life. We all get our feelings hurt. But it's better than dragging someone along. Be clear with what you're communicating.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good points there. Jay, what's your thoughts? Can men be a bit more straightforward in how they deliver certain points? Or
definitely need to be more straightforward. If you're my general and we're going to war, I don't need you to be unsure of which direction we're going in or what's the game plan or whatever and stuff like that. So I need you to be straightforward on what I need to be doing, where I need to be going. And so if I'm looking to you to be that leader of my household, I do need you to be a bit clear in your direction. And so I can understand what it is your goals are, and do my goals line up with yours? But there is a thing with coof and tact. And like Essence says, you need to be able to articulate what those things are. If you're just drilling them down me like you are a drill sergeant or you're my parent or something, I'm probably going to shut down. If I can't have a conversation like what KS does, and we can't go back and forth, and I can't ask you a question for clarity, and you can't give me the clarity that I'm looking for, then we're going to have a problem, because therefore you're not as forward or as clear in your words that you need to be for yourself to be able to tell me exactly how I might need to hear it, because I might have to hear it different ways. Your straightforward might not be as straightforward to me. So I might need to ask a question and say, okay, let me make sure I'm getting this right. And so you might have to have a couple of straightforward ways to say it, you know. And that's what I was thinking about, even when Sean had said that part about Precious. That was their nice way of saying it. Had they said that you're a fun girl or you giving off hoish vibes, that might have been taken very wrong. But to say a party girl, she understood exactly where they were going with this. That to her is like, oh, I need to calm down. I need to get out, you know, reel it in, close up the book a little bit and not let all these men read my pages. So, you know, some people understand metaphors, some people understand similes, and some people understand plain as day. So you just got to know, like Lola said, who you are talking to, who your audience is. And if you're a stranger, you're just going to have to kind of fill it out and just hope you get it right.
Good points, ladies. I love that. Let me ask the men a separate question, slightly different. For you as gentlemen, how easy is it to be so straightforward with women? That's a different question. How easy have you found it to be straightforward with women? This is your experience. This is your experience, okay? Remember, tact is important. Corey, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, for me, it's very easy to be straightforward. Have a conversation with some guys. What I get from them is that they have difficulty being straightforward because it's not who they are. So you got to first be 100% authentic with who you are. There are women who like straightforward guys. There are women who like guys who can present information in different ways. So be authentic. Don't come out talk like you're direct, and that's not who you are. That's not your flavor, because she's gonna think you're being fake at that point. So be who you are. So for me, being direct is always been who I am. I think that you get to the point better by being direct. I think you get the results you want sooner than later by being direct. And like you said, there is a tact to it. Like I said, people who are not like that are the ones who mess up. The ones who offend women are the ones who come off overbearing or obnoxious when they do it, are those who are not really the direct approach type of people, type of guys. So if it's in you, you already know, especially if you're an adult, you already know how to present your information in a direct way, with also putting her feelings into account. So that's my 2 cents on it. I think that it's not really a yes or no for the being direct or not. I think you just have to really be 100% authentic with yourself. And if it's too little or too much for her, well, then now you know.
Love that, Corey. Love that. We know you're straightforward, so don't worry, man. I knew that from the jump. I'll wait for Sean. I'll leave you to last because we know your position. David, is it easy to be straightforward with women?
I think Corey made a very, very important point, because I think as human beings, just like all the as human beings, we're more alike as we are different. And when I say that, I mean that we're all alike in the sense that we all want love, we all want respect, we all want to be shown some form of empathy and kindness, but we are also different. To rely on what Corey was saying, in that the way our experiences have shaped who we have become is very, very different, and that's something we must always take into concern. So, just going off of what Corey was saying, which is what I agree with, is you need to know who it is that you're dealing with, whether it's a woman or whether it's a man. Their experience oftentimes would always resonate with the situation of things. For example, someone who has grown up in a home where it's always raise your voice. Your dad raises his voice and shouts, and then everybody just keeps quiet and whatever. When they get married or when they get into a relationship, they might want someone who's a softer approach, who's not going to be like their dad, who's not going to be that militant, military kind of personality. So when you go, in this particular way and whatever it is, and you come off, so blunt and whatever it is, they might let you know, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that, or even the tone by which you come off, the tone by which you speak, oftentimes is always, something that's a problem. And to address the question, I think, it can be easy and it can be hard Easy in the sense that once you know the person, you understand how to communicate. Hard in the sense that once you don't know them and it's a one-time thing and you guys are just getting along, it will be difficult for you to know how to put it across to them. And then in some kind of situations, it could be difficult for you to be able to put it across because of the delicacy of the situation that you have in hand, because it might be a very urgent, important thing you need them to react straight away. But then you also don't want to react based on how urgent the issue is. So you want to be able to ease it in to say, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. But I know that individual experiences are anecdotal, but based on what I've learned, being married, is that one way you can always try to communicate something that's not nice is to kind of sandwich it, sandwich it in the sense that say that this is what you don't like and whatever, and still say, what, but you're dope, but I love this about you, but this is something that you do that makes me happy, but this is. And I think the way that Precious got that message, if you had just said, you are coming off this way, but we still like you, we still see that you're a dope person, we still see that you've got chance in this experience, and if you keep on being this lovely person that you are, I'm sure that the love is out there for you. That's a kind of a balanced message that kind of shows out that, okay, it's not like they're shooting me out the gate, like no chance for you, like how Kevin Samuel says, oh, buy a dog and die alone, or whatever, all those kind of commentary and all those kind of things. But if you just made the person understand, this is the issue I have with you, but you are still dope, you're still lovely, you're still, these are the things that I love about you. Or you can even start with a compliment and then, giving what you have as an issue, then just wrap it up like that. That makes it, I think, easier for the person to take it as a pill and go with it. Someone who has been in the military, like a man, or whatever, like I had some paramilitary growing up, like it's a Nigerian thing. After you do your whatever, your degree and all those things, you have to go through that. But when I went through that, you learn a different system whereby it's like military camp. Like the general says, do this. There's no whatever. They're not explaining to you why or whatever. It's you just go ahead and do it. And a lot of men have that kind of growing up. So I just think it's that understanding and being tactful on how you put it across.
Appreciate it, David. Good points there as well. Love that. Sean, what's your thoughts? Is it easy for men to be straightforward with women?
I think it depends on your investment in the relationship, right? So if it's just a casual encounter like this, like on Ready to Love, or you're just getting to know somebody, I think probably not so much, because anything that you're going to say, it's very difficult. The person doesn't have any context to the relationship. So I know for me, in situations where it might be just getting to know someone, the person might just get written off, or I'm just not going to waste time having a conversation, because whether I've already made my assessment or I see it for what it is, I know that probably anything that I say is not really going to be well received if we don't really know each other that well, right? So if I'm just dating you and I just met you the first time and we're going out for a first date and I'm seeing a red flag, I might ask you a question kind of like around the area. So tell me a little bit about yourself. And if that answer doesn't get to what I'm trying to understand or get deeper beyond what I'm seeing at the surface, then I'm just going to leave it alone. But in my normal life, yes, I am a direct person. Anybody that is a true friend of mine or a family member of mine knows that I'm very direct. Now, sometimes it's not always well received. And one thing that I am working on and have learned to do maybe a little bit better is to share examples. Because I think when somebody has an example, it helps them understand what you're trying to say versus being insulted. So I've tried to do that when I'm expressing something that I am not happy with. Also being in marriage counseling, when I was married, there's certain ways to explain something without offending somebody. You can tell the person how they made you feel versus talking about what they did. So, I'm getting the wrong impression from you, Precious. When you are very extra flirtatious, I feel like you are not serious about relationships and I would like to get to know you better. Might be a better way of saying what they want to say without calling her a party girl or judging her for her actions. Right? I love a chance outside of this environment where you and I can just talk and really get to know each other, which is better than saying you loose off the goose and you're doing too much. Now, if I'm with a friend or somebody that I know well, I'm going to use those words because they know me, they know the joke, they might get it, or they might call me out and we'll have a little fun banter back and forth. But if it's somebody I'm invested in, I'm going to take the time to choose my words wisely. And I think that's the best way to get the outcome for anybody, man or woman, that you're looking to get, so.
Love that, Sean. Love that. And don't worry, I love your directness here, sir. So, it's appreciated very much. And it's a good point that we're making here. So, I mean, to get both sides as well. And just for, even from my perspective, I'm learning from you, Sean, right? To be a bit more direct because I'm way passive. You know what I mean? And as you're learning, as you learn to grow in those areas, I'll be thinking I don't want to say nothing because I'm like, I feel bad. I don't want to hurt their feelings, man. But really, it's about me. It's not really about you. It's about how I feel. Like I wouldn't want it said to me in that way. But you know what I mean? So it's finding that middle ground, right? So some of us are a bit more passive. Some of us are a bit less indirect, more indirect. Some of us are more direct, and it's about finding that middle ground, and learning from one another. Do you know what I mean? How we can best go about that situation. But you said something really important. How much are we emotionally invested, right? Because I'm not going to take my time if I don't know you. I haven't got time. Right? But if I'm emotionally invested, then I'm going to do that for you. I'm going to take my time to do that. And even that, you saying that, being emotionally invested, you have to have some level of emotional intelligence to do that. So, this is also another ball game that comes into play, in terms of, when we're talking about specifically the men, it's not just about being straightforward, but are you emotionally intelligent to be able to wire what you're about to say in a way that is not destructive, to the person, but rather it's going to be an aid and a help. It might be painful, but it's going to be an aid and a help. So, yeah, good conversation and good thoughts there from both women and men there as well. Let me move it now to Precious and Laverne, because, I mean, Precious really came for the neck of Laverne, and Laverne out here saying he don't trust nobody, okay? He said he don't trust nobody here. I said, "Why? Okay, Laverne." So I want to get you guys' thoughts and ladies' thoughts on Laverne and Precious end meeting. She almost said he almost comes off a little bit narcissistic as well. She said as well. I mean, she went for the mill, bruv.
Wasn't that Tina? Was that Tina that said that?
No, baby, that was Precious, baby. She said it, yeah. She said it right to his face. You even come off a little bit narcissistic. She said, "I'm coming with a directness, okay? Y'all ain't gonna." I'm gonna take a leaf out of Sean's book. I'm gonna give you directness. You sound a little bit narcissistic, sir. Okay? She gave the sandwich though. She said, "We actually do like you and everything, but you come off a little bit narcissistic." So she sandwiched all right. The feeling was strong.
That's true. I remember now.
Oh man. You wanna go for it, Lola? Go for it.
Yeah. So now I remember that was like the bubble date that they had. So some of the things were I don't know where she got narcissistic from. I know they've been saying for the last 2 episodes that Laverne has a tendency to come in and out. Like sometimes he's all in and then other times he's completely disconnected, to a point where at first I thought it was the ladies that were saying that, but there was a point where Demetrius went to him and said, "Guy, what's going on?" And it was like nothing. And they all showed a clip of him just being really disconnected. So there's something going on there. But I do remember her. So with that date, do I think he's narcissistic? I don't. I definitely think there's something going on that we're not aware that's going on, because when she first started the conversation, she said something about how, he brought up the truth or dare thing. I don't think that's not something to blame him for, because it's likely a producer told him, let's spice things up. The last time he did the truth or dare, we got some good material, throw it up. He didn't have any questions. So going into that, I think the thing with Laverne right now is, I don't know if he's completely tied into the process. I think he's a little disconnected. I think he's still trying to decide if he wants to stay through the whole thing, because his only 2 interests right now are Joy and maybe Ace. And even with Ace, he was so unsure of what was going on that he had to reassure her that night, because he almost knew that he was going to be on the chopping block. So at this point, I'm looking at Laverne like he might be one of the first, I don't know, but he might be one of the people who might be considering, self-eliminating because there's something going on with him that's making him disconnect. The only person he seems kind of tied into now is when he had that great date with Joy. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing him do anything else. Like even when he sat with the new lady, Tina was definitely attracted to him, was definitely talking with him and confirmed that she thought he was physically attractive, but he was just having really light conversation. And I think they didn't show us the whole thing, so I don't know what really evolved through the whole conversation. But what she confirmed was that she got nothing from him, and she was totally not attracted to him. Because with women, typically we see the package, it looks interesting, and we want to go further and see, does he have a brain behind that pretty face or behind whatever is going on? Does he have a brain? And what she confirmed was like he's not offering, he wasn't returning her energy. And that's what a lot of the women are saying, that he's not returning their energy. So maybe that's what Precious was trying to communicate, but I don't think she was able to articulate herself properly to really get a good point, to give him something to take with. So in his confessional, he said he got what she was saying, but in the same breath, he was talking about, oh, I'm going to go through to the end. Sir, no, you're not going to go to the end with that same energy. You're going to end up at home because Joy has options. You're not Joy's first choice. Maybe Ace. So maybe now the person he's leaning on, maybe Ace could save him, but Ace wasn't enough to save him to put him in the last bottom two. So with Laverne, because if you think about it, if you remember in the beginning, that first episode, he had like a revolving door. All the women wanted to talk to him. They all sat down. Like it was Laverne's corner. They were just switching seats, just sit down and talk to Laverne. But all of a sudden, people are disconnected. His first bubbly date he had with Carmen has fallen to the rock. So I think there's something we're not seeing on camera, we haven't been shown that's going on with him. I don't know if it's something personal or he just decided that maybe this is not for him, because this medium is not for everyone. And yes, he can be like outgoing, but he also cannot maintain that energy. So I'm curious to see what happens. But yeah, I just felt Precious didn't deliver the message properly. She could have articulated it, like just what we're saying. She could have articulated it a little softer. She was telling him things that he really wasn't responsible for, as opposed to telling, look, the ladies are saying this. She did finally say it, but not in a way, because it depends on how you say something. If you say it in a certain way, there's a certain way I'll receive it. If you just throw, because the point where he was defensive, no, I did say this, no, he's not listening. When I start defending myself, I'm not listening to you anymore. So she really put him on the defense, as opposed to a point where he could listen, relax. And just like David said, I think it goes for both sexes, particularly with guys. I think guys, your ego's a lot softer. So if we want to tell you something serious that might hurt your feelings and we need to deliver that message, we definitely want to start with, like you said, you know what, Laverne, you're a great guy, you're really attractive, but the ladies think da 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 da. But if you do this, I think da 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 da, and that would have worked. But she just came out firing, and then maybe threw in something else, and that was it. So he was totally on the defensive. So I don't know if she really achieved the point that she wanted to.
Definitely hear you on that, Lola. Definitely, I just watched it behind the scenes again as well, and yeah, it was a little bit choppy from Precious, just a little bit. It was a little bit, you know what I mean? Like it was direct, but it was.
She was probably nervous because some of these messages, like I said, were strangers, and it's like, how do you tell a stranger your breath stinks without making it sound like that? Like that sounds insulting. So it's like she didn't know what to do and she wasn't able to get her words around. But eventually, I think she said something. But there's a smooth way in which you should be able to. But it's hard. It's hard to communicate with strangers sometimes in these kind of situations. But yeah, it could have been better.
Love that. Appreciate that, Lola, as well. Appreciate that. Let me. In fact, I can even play a little bit of the clip actually, so you guys can actually see it. Just to remind you, if you don't remember a little bit of the clip, you can have a little look. Here we go. Just to remind y'all. Let me scoot a little bit back. Here you go.
We had a woman's lounge today, and I think that a lot of the women felt like they just didn't understand you.
Okay.
That pool party with the Truth or Dare kind of came across as messy.
Wait.
That's when it started to go downhill. As soon as she started off well, and then she said the pool party came off a little bit messy, and I was like, I said, she's going downhill. I know why she's saying it, but she's going downhill. But
it wasn't him though. That the Truth or Dare wasn't his. Like, yeah, he brought it up, but they didn't have to go along with it. They could have all done it. Carmen, like Carmen played it smooth. Carmen is playing for keeps. She knows how to play chess. She knows how to do what she needs to do. She's just playing games right now. She don't like anybody on that show right now. But she was very mysterious with her answer. Yeah, it's somebody or some like she's. That's what they could have done, but they all started, doing what they wanted to play. They wanted to kiss each other. They wanted to do what kids do, spin the bottle. They wanted to. So like they can't blame that on him. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's how I feel.
I know. Thank you, Lolo. Thank you. David, what's your thoughts? Talk to me, man. What's your thoughts to this, man?
So I think it was just a poor choice of words, because, just like you, I was watching it again. And when I watch it again, she actually said, 1 minute you come off guarded, and then the next minute you come up a little bit, the word she used. So I think that was kind of a poor choice of word. I think what she was just trying to say was that, she wanted to see that, he was invested in trying to get to know the ladies, and he was doing the work to connect with the ladies, because I think that was the first part that she said, 1 minute, you're guarded, and then, you're a bit, and then, even the sandwich that she used to kind of butter it up was kind of it was contradictory to the whole narcissistic point of view. Like, someone who is a narcissist is not going to be this thing that you're using to cover it up. So it was a, kind of not so good cover up, because I think the point that she was trying to make was kind of just jumbled up together. I think the point she was making was quite valid, but then the way she just put it, I think it was just poor choice of words. She probably just wanted to say, we want you to be more invested and be more, committed to the process and getting to know the ladies. To me, I think, Laverne is just not, someone that I kind of rock with, honestly, from the show. It's interesting that Lola mentioned about his date with Carmen and how it was to me, I'm just like, that's just kind of a waste of time kind of date, because almost the whole time he was just talking about, she wants her to touch his butt and all those things. And and then every other date that he has with every other person as well, it's also this whole touch my, and I think that was what, Tina kind of picked up, because, you see the outer shell and he looks, good. He looks, very nice. He's not all that tall, but, he's well built. He's not like he's built and he's like short and all muffed up and big with muscles. He has a good build and all those things. So it's attractive. Then you get to sit down with him and start talking, and then it just becomes all this very flimsy surface kind of conversation. Like, he didn't even ask her anything, at least what we saw on the TV. He didn't ask her anything about her, and what she wants, and about. Like, she had the date with Donovan, and he was asking about the whole this discussion about kids and what are you looking for, nothing like that. You just had this whole argument about Michael Jackson and where Michael Jackson came from, Indiana, and all those. Who cares? Like, is that what we're there for, or for you to get to know the person? And she's like, oh, okay, fine, all right, I get it. Okay, Michael Jackson, can we move forward now? And then he starts going back again to some surface stuff, like, so to me, it's just this kind of not so serious kind of. And then they had that previous episode where he's just like, everyone's at the Cubana or whatever, and he's just on one side, and they have to like be telling him, the ladies are like, why is he not coming to join in and all those kind of things, like, why is he not? And to me, I think he's the next guy to go home, except something drastic happen with any other person, because even Mr. Paul is striking up a lot of connection and getting things going, but he is just not doing much. And his conversations are so like, I think he's just kind of either checked out of the whole like experience of it, because he probably just feels like all the other ladies are getting coupled up. You got Joy with Clifton, you've got this one with that one, so he probably just feels like, what, I'll just ride low and just as long as I stay, and whenever it's time to go, I go, or something like that, because he's just not involved. But even when he has dates with people, he doesn't talk and take it deeper so that people can connect with him. So to me, it's just, I'm not rocking with him at all, honestly.
I definitely hear you on that, bro. Definitely hear you on that. Yeah, I know something about Laverne is not just sitting right at the moment. The ladies have kind of alluded to it as well. And if the new girl even came in and was like, he ain't giving much, that's her cutting off a potential, and she's new. That should tell you everything you need to know. There's no smoke without some fire, and it seems like there's a lot of smoke right now. Corey, what's your thoughts on this Laverne and Precious end meeting?
Okay, so when it comes to Laverne, man, I just feel that the whole process for him is a bit overwhelming. And the reason why I say that is because for him to be one of the top guys in the first few episodes, women were swooning to Laverne. For him to go to that position, to being at the bottom two, tells me he doesn't know his space. You know, he's not familiar with all this attention that he's getting. And it's understood because it's a game, you know, it's a game show and you have all the women in one room coming at you like that. So it can be overwhelming for any man, really. But his situation with Tina really spoke something to me with the fact of his conversation. You know, Tina came in beautiful, looked great in the dress, makeup nice. You know, I think she had a ponytail or something, but she was still doing great with her appearance. And I think that's something that overwhelms him as well. There are men out there, ladies, if you don't know this, there are men who are out there who will find you so attractive that sometimes they lose their words. They don't know what to say. They don't know how to say it. For him to mention Indiana and then the king of R&B, I'm sorry. I've never known Michael Jackson to be the king of R&B. I don't know if it's another Michael Jackson that you know of. Michael Jackson I know, the MJ I know is the king of pop. So there's little stuff like that. It's like, you're misplacing words. You're fumbling over yourself a little bit. So that tells me that, okay, he is attracted to her, but he doesn't know how to use his gift in this show as far as being like one of the more attractive guys, one that women are going towards, to use that to his benefit on this show. And it just proves that throughout all this. I mean, that's something that as a man, you have to know your space. You have to know if you have women coming to you, there's something about you. You have to be self-assured and know yourself enough to know what that is. And you want to give them more of that. But for Tina to come to him, sit down for 5 minutes and already make up her mind, you have to be able to give more depth to the conversation. So to me, I think that was lacking with him. And his interaction with Precious, I think that he made good points in his interaction with saying that, hey, I'm not the one who started it. He made his valid points to say, hey, you guys didn't have to do it. Same thing we've been saying throughout the course of the panel. But I do think that it's something about him that this show is not for him. Okay. If he meets Ace on the outside, great, cool. If he meets these women individually on the outside, maybe a different vibe for him. But to have it all coming to me at one time, not every man is built for that type of activity. So I think it's just overwhelming for Laverne, all in all. Just my 2 cents on that.
Love those points there, Corey as well. Love those points. And yeah, I mean, he doesn't know that the king of R&B is Jacquees. It's problematic. You know what I'm saying?
This is Bobby Brown, ribs and barbecue.
Please, Jacquees gonna find out Laverne don't know you said you are the one.
He gonna remix this whole show together for a musical. Sean, what's your thoughts? Laverne, Precious ending. What was your kind of thoughts around that?
One, I think that Precious was all too thrilled to have this conversation, seeing as how she just came off of being in the bottom 2. So she was just chomping at the bit to be able to tell somebody what she was thinking. So I think that's where some of her misplaced, dialogue came from. Listen, I hear all the banter about the games. I happen to like games. We play games after live, I think it's a way of having fun and just getting to know somebody at the same time. So, I mean, might be an unpopular opinion, but I really don't think it's a big deal. Like, I enjoyed the game. I don't see what was such a big deal about it. It really gave us something to talk about and really was kind of like a fork in the road for some of these couples. Right? Because we now know that things are heating up between Sabrina and Demetrius, right? So that was a good introduction to kind of move things along. And I'm sure production probably encouraged it, but we need to see progress and we need to see where the interests really are. And we need to see who's connected to who. Right now, how you react to the game is another thing, right? But the game itself, I don't think is really that big of a deal. Me personally, right? So I think, yeah, maybe he was messy for calling it out, but at the end of the day, everybody played, so it's not a big deal. I wouldn't have argued with her about it. I think in any dialogue, especially, he kind of knows like this meeting isn't just because she wants to have a chop it up session with you. You're in the bottom 2, so we're gonna have a conversation. So let your defenses down and just hear what she has to say. Okay, that's your opinion. That's what makes the world go around. A bunch of opinions. So you don't like that the game was messy. Continue to share with me your thoughts, right? So I thought she just was kind of, yes, like everybody said, she definitely was all over the place. However, she was good in that she didn't let Laverne off the hook, because he kept trying to circle the conversation away from why he was sitting there in front of her. Right? He started talking about, well, I don't trust none of y'all either, and y'all haven't done anything to earn my trust. Okay, all right. But are we talking about trust, or are we talking about them getting to know you as a person and them having a perception of you as one way, when this show is about being ready to love and that's not what they're seeing from you, right? So I think he just really wasn't interested at first, but she stayed course, which I thought she did a great job at. She kept just coming back to it. She said, these are some examples, these are some things that I think, which are all great ways to give somebody a solid opinion of what are some things that are opportunities. I think eventually he kind of backed down a little bit and heard her out to an extent, but I just don't know that I see that he will change his actions. I don't think he's going to change his actions. I think he's going to continue to do what he wants to do because he thinks he's better than he is. And the conversation, just like Corey said, that he had with Tina was a prime example of that. Like, why are you being combative, right? She's an attractive woman. You want to get to know her. Why are you going tete-a-tete with her? What's that going to get you? You don't know the king of R&B. Who cares? Who cares? She's probably a little, she's almost 10 years younger than him. Like, give it a break. Gary, Indiana, okay, that's great. Is that really the South, though? I mean, I know there are people that live in the South that are from the South that live there, but is that really the South? I thought it was kind of the Midwest, but I'm no geography expert at the end of the day. So, yeah, I hope he goes, because I think he's a little egocentric, narcissist. Sometimes I think that's overused. I don't know that he really fits the full bill, but he's definitely egocentric. He's selfish, and he don't care about anybody but him, and he thinks that he's better than he is.
Yep, definitely hear that, Sean. Good points there. Good points. He definitely was fighting old goal. Tina, do you know what caught my eye when he did the exact same thing he did to Carmen? She mentioned, I cook good chicken, and he said, I cook the best chicken, and then made it into a thing. Exact same thing when Carmen said, I go to gym 5 times, I go to gym 6 times. I said, oh, okay, cool, innit? All right. Why are you competing with women, bro? You're trying to be with them. You're not trying to compete with them, bro. Like, you need to chill. Okay. Essence.
Yeah, I actually didn't catch that he did that, but I guess that's his way of flirting, maybe. But actually, when I was watching them sit down together, I honestly thought that maybe he was not attracted to her. I thought he wasn't attracted. He wasn't engaging with her at all. They weren't talking about anything salacious or interesting at all. So I think that how you start is how you finish. And like Lola said, that very first episode, when they allowed him to sit down and have Laverne's corner, they almost treated it as if he was the cool guy, and it was a charming thing that he did to have sat down and allowed the women to continuously come to him, revolving chairs. And that's essentially how he's operated within this whole system, this whole journey that they're on, is just allowing people to come to him. However, I am a little bit confused, though, because he does have 2 connections. So he has Joy and he has Ace. And I would even argue that Ace is his number 1 connection, and that Ace would say the same. I'm confused at what does he really need to do? Because if he shouldn't be entertaining all of the ladies, because then they would have another set of issues with Laverne. So when he is spending time with Joy, as we saw his date with Joy, Joy is enjoying herself. And when he is spending time with Ace, and we saw that, Ace is enjoying herself. So he may be coming off as closed off, but he's not coming off as closed off to the women that he has connections with. So I'm not really sure of what he needs to do differently. But I did notice that when he had the conversation with Precious, obviously going into that conversation, he knows what's happening. He knows this is an elimination date. his body language was really closed off. And even when she tried to start it off with small talk and say, "Oh, long time no see. Oh, we just saw each other." Like he kind of came off a little bit guarded. So I think maybe that's why Precious was like, "Well, let me get straight to the point then." We had to talk in the ladies' lounge. You know, I think that's why she said it like that. You know, his whole body language was off, and I could tell. And he knows he doesn't have a connection with Precious anyway, so he's like, "Let's get to the point." You know, so that's all I really have on him.
I'll be thinking I was talking. That's a good point, Essence, you know. My bad. Jay, what's your thoughts?
Okay, so yes, I'm no geological major either, Sean. But I was like, I guess he's south of Chicago, so that's what he means by the South. You know, I'm not sure. You know, I was like, Indiana's way up there, and Gary is even further up on that platform. But you know, leave it alone. You know, tomato, tomato. The pop king of pop is not from there, but the king of R&B is. So you know, there we are. But I'm gonna start off with Precious on this first because I know you guys is all thinking that she came in direct and all that, and she did. But like we said, when you come in with a certain tone and energy, some people are going to match that energy. And so what I seen is her coming in even before she came in her confessional. She's like, we're going to see how he takes it, you know, because he's the type of this, that, or whatever and stuff. She had that energy. She had that energy when they started the game. Oh, here we go. He trying to get some mess started. She's the only one that said it. Nobody else complained about him doing the game, at least what we seen from editing. But she the only one who complained about it. Why? Because you was on the block for being all around, being a mess, a little hot mess at the party. So now you want to be up in here in this man's face, telling him exactly what it is that he is or whatnot. Like he was Demetrius. That's the one who told you you was a party girl or whatnot. So unless you got some ties with this man that he was supposed to keep you from the bottom, why do you have this energy? Why are you so hot? Okay, the kid didn't go in there with Wiley the same way. Nobody else went into their deliberations the same way with anybody. So why are you going at this man so hot, like you on the chopping block with him? I didn't understand that part because she started that energy. She came in, first of all, we and the ladies had a deliberation. He said, okay. Well, we think that you are this, that. Okay. And and that game you started. Well, I didn't start the game. No, you started the game and this got a mess. And it's like, damn, he didn't even get a word to get time to get any words in or whatnot. So it's like, okay, then he just sat back for a minute, would just hit her with a whole bunch of okays. And so when he finally got to that point, then he lashed out and, well, I don't trust any of y'all. Y'all manipulating this and that and this and the third. I would have came with that same energy because you came at me hot. Why are you coming at me hot? What'd I do to you? And then at the end of it, you want to flip it and talk about, well, I need you to put some more effort into me. You need to show me something. Nah, I ain't showing you nothing else, baby girl. You good? Because if this is what I got to look forward to in the future, I'm good. Now, on the flip side, that man is highly insecure. I don't know about the narcissist thing that she tried to throw out there or whatnot, but he is hot and cold. You're competing with women, but when it comes to the men, you quiet. When you in the group setting, you're quiet. You have nothing to say. And then you always, if you do have something to say, it's always something negative towards the men. It's always something like, well, when Demetrius came up to him and told him, why you so cold? Oh, that he ain't this and he ain't that. When they enter, oh, this is nobody one, this is nobody two. So where the women is where she should have really sat in her stance with with Laverne when she came in there is how the women kept saying he's negative, because that's what we kept hearing in a whole bunch of deliberations is that he got a negative energy, that he keeps coming in negative. Carmen said it. I think who said it this last time? I think even Dakia said it. Okay. Dakita said it to him. A few different people had said that he has this very negative energy, and the only person that keeps saying it that he doesn't have it with him is Laverne. I mean, Ace. She's the only one, and he just happened to have a good time with Joy, but I don't know how much conversation they having outside of that. So everybody else has had a negative high-low experience with Laverne, even the men. And we're going to see next week, they continue to have that experience. The men continue to have that experience with him. So there's some insecurity within him that needs to be fixed and handled. And like Corey said, I don't think this process is the right place for him because it's making it all come out. And I don't understand. I really don't understand because you compete. You do bodybuilding and all that. You compete with other men. So what I figured is if he feels like he doesn't have a strong chance of winning the competition, he's having a hard time dealing with it. You know, because a lot of times when we're training for certain events, we kind of have in a mindset, oh, I got a good game. I know I can size up my competition. I know how to do it. But when you're dealing with matters of the heart, that's a whole different game. I can't compete with other people's heart because it's not based off of just what I'm doing in my practice. It's based off of how they feel about me. So he got a lot of something. He needs to do a little bit more work on himself. He needs some more therapeutic time. He needs probably some more dating time. But when the women stop coming to him, he's going internalizing it. He's figuring out, oh, I got the game down. I figure out how you move and how this is that. And he's overplaying himself by trying to overthink everybody else. And I think that's what his biggest problem is that he just needs to be cool, be Laverne, chill out a bit, stop talking so much, and just like enjoy the process and stop overthinking it. Get out his head and just go ahead and be.
Thank you again there, Jay. Good points there. Good rundown of Precious and Laverne there as well. And I think just with Precious and Laverne, just adding on to what you guys and ladies have greatly supplied in terms of information here, you know, I felt Precious came a little bit hot and heavy in terms of her attitude in the cutscenes, but also felt like he was never going to take on what she was going to say as well. You know, I felt like he too was going to, she was going to give him as good as he was going to get. He was going to give, you know what I mean? You know, so I think it was going to be a lose-lose all the way around. I think also as well with Laverne, I think Lola kind of touched this about him saying, I'm going to be there at the end. I was looking at the screen like, excuse me, how do you know? What in what world? How do you know this? Like the confidence, and it's not even confidence. At that point, it wasn't confidence because it was said with a touch of deep arrogance. You know what I mean? And I think that's what people are seeing. They're seeing that egotistical side of Laverne, and almost the high and mighty kind of respect. I think also as well, he has also been frozen out by the consensus of the group slightly. I think he's starting to alienate himself from the group, and I say that because there was a scene which they did by the fire, and I'm trying to see if I can get it for you guys. And when they were by the fire, what happened was everyone was lined up, but everyone was in their own spaces, right? But you will see Laverne was actually behind everybody else. So I was like, why was he behind everybody else? Like they lined up, you know, together. Some of them in couples, some of them in, you know, their pairs or whatever. But he was lined up behind everybody else, so he was slightly behind them. This is when they were by the fire, by the way. And I was just looking at him like, bro, why are you there? Why are you placed there? And I think that is partly to do with the fact that in the group setting, he's starting to become isolated from the group as well. Because you saw Eric and Dakia together, you saw Clifton and Joy together, you saw Tiffany even. You saw Tina with Wiley. I think Wiley was trying to put his arm around her back. And you also saw even Sabrina with Tori. Tori had his arm around Sabrina. And then you saw Carmen on her own. You saw Carmen in between. And you saw Donovan, Precious. But you saw Laverne next to Clifton and Joy, but behind everybody else. And I was like, ooh, why has he done that? And I think a part of it is that he's literally began to start isolating himself. And I don't think he gets on with everybody in the group. I think he's starting to rub people up the wrong way, you know, as well. So I can show you a clip. I think I found, here it is. Okay, fantastic. I've got it. I'll give you the clip now. But yeah, it's really odd. The egotistical stuff is annoying. It's been coming though, because they said it at the the pool party. They said that they said he had a god complex, and he started saying things about negative things about the mandem as well. I was just like, bro, you need to chill, bro. Like, you sound like a hater. I've got a clip here, so I'll show you guys. I'll pause when it gets there.
I think we need to hone in on the individuals that we feel that we have the strong.
Okay, Laverne is in the red hoodie. He's behind everyone with nobody. So he's actually behind Sabrina and Tori, and next to him is Clifton and Joy, and he's behind everybody else. He's not aligned with everybody else. He's behind them. And it's a small shift. It's not big. It's a small thing. But I think it's part of what we're starting to see from him. He's being isolated from the group, or he's maybe isolating himself from the group, whichever way you look at it. So, yeah, he gonna have to look into that, bro, because this egotistical stuff, it's not cute, man. It's not cute. All right, cool. Listen, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, okay? Gather ourselves round. Look, I think it's important. We're on here live for 4 hours every day. It can be a lot. People haven't eaten as well. People are looking at me with hungry eyes. Listen, go and chow your food. Go and touch their food, touch your belly a little bit. Gather yourself some water. Regather your mind, your thoughts, and we'll re-enter the conversation rejuvenated, okay? So let's give ourselves 5 minutes. Audience members, go and grab yourself some food, grab yourself some snacks, grab yourself a drink. We'll be back in 5 minutes for you guys, all right? And I appreciate you guys. I'll put this up so you guys can relax, get man, so you'll be off screen. All right, cool. I'll put a timer on and we'll get the goings. Oh, here we go. Fantastic. There we go. Okay, guys. I know some of them will be coming back in a second or two. Listen, I'm out here with the meatballs. I ain't gonna lie to you. That sounds so wrong again, man. But listen, I'm out here with the meatballs. I don't care what it is. It is what it is. Grab your food. I already told you guys we're out here chowing. Okay, I'm gonna chow my meatballs. All right, cool. Fresh out the oven as well. Listen, tastes banging. All right, we get back into conversations. Listen. Yes. All right. So we've talked quite a few different points here and there. I've lost my notes now, so let me get back to my notes so I don't misdirect the conversation to where we've already been. But I want to get quickly you guys' thoughts on. I know Clifton and Joy had a little bit of just a little bit, so that'll be a good introduction back into our conversations today. What you guys' thoughts were on Clifton and Joy, because again. Joy chose at that moment to make it clear who she kissed. Clifton again has also said, you know what, that's my number one. I'm rocking with it to the day I die. So, are we now fully invested in Clifton and Joy becoming that couple? Is it now official? Can we go down that lane now? Do you think it's solidified? Can anybody else get in? Can anybody else get involved in this couple? You know what I mean? Because I saw them and I was like, I said, okay, I think they're pretty solid now. And she gave him a kiss on the lips. I know we didn't get to see anything we didn't get to see what his dare or truth was, but in the clip they showed, he said she's the number one. So kind of get your thoughts on that, and we'll ease back in gently as others come back into the conversation. Okay, so since we're on the screen, Jay, what's your thoughts?
Like always, that's our favorite for this season right now. I enjoyed it. I like them too because they can play with each other. They don't have to be all serious all the time. They can joke. They can come back to each other when they go away to visit with other people. Even in group dates, they get their space to talk to other people. And I don't really see the side eye too much of, what's going on over there. What you doing over there? Why you talking so long? So I like it. I love the fact that she ran up over there and he tried to play it off like he didn't know who was coming over there and wet his whistle a little bit, but he knew he was getting them lips nice and moist for her real quick, real fast. And afterwards he licked his real good. I was like, okay, Clifton, you did some extra licking to make sure you got the extra kisses on there. So I enjoy them two together. If they don't make it, it'll just because, a Calfani type situation. Somebody got a baby outside of the show or something. I don't know. But I don't see, with nobody new coming in, I don't see, and being that Carmen pretty much checked herself out by deliberation, I was like, oh, wow, that was quick. I can't really see nobody else outside of themselves messing it up at this point right now. So we gonna see. I mean, I really did like them two together, and they both continue to say that they're each other's number one, at least to us. Even if they don't say it to each other, at least to us, we know who they checking for.
Good points. Love that. Seaway, welcome to the conversation, baby.
Hey.
How you doing? You're right. We're just easing back in. We're talking about Clifton and Joy. You can help cover our people here because we're all eating, so you can cover us. What's your thoughts on Clifton and Joy?
All right, like you say, I think they're really cute. I like that they're like age appropriate, life appropriate for each other. I definitely think they have made some form of pact. With the way they're acting, they're not very jealous of each other. They kind of give each other space because they know it's all lightweight. Like Clifton is not worried about nothing that Joy is doing. Joy is not worried about nothing he's doing. They seem to be pretty like secure in their relationship. So I don't know. I think it's cool that they locked in, but they're still playing the game. They're doing what I guess last season what they wanted to do. What's that girl? Cornelius and I don't know. I divested from them. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah. So how they locked in, but it was like obnoxious. Like Joy and Clifton have locked in, but like they're leaving space for people to get to know each other. So, yeah, because when she was entertaining baby Wiley at the gym, Clifton wasn't worried about that at all. So they seem to be rocking with each other. And I think a good sign of a good relationship is security. And they seem really secure with each other. So I think that's good.
Love that. Thank you very much, Sue. Appreciate that. Sean, what's your thoughts on Clifton and Joy? I know, are they becoming that couple now? Do you feel like they're solidified pretty much so? Just want to let you know as well, brother. You're looking very handsome today, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's working. It's working, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dangerous fella, brother. I'm loving it, bro. Go for it.
Thank you. And we can credit, my couple pounds of and my weight loss to Seaway keeping me honest. I know she's not thrilled seeing me eat this, drink this pineapple soda right now, but just let me be. Let me be. You in Detroit doing the thing. I'm sure you had a couple drinks, so leave me alone. But I think I don't know. I still don't trust Joy though. I don't think I think she likes Clifton, but I think Joy likes to keep her options open, and she gonna flirt a little, and kind of. If it's gonna be I didn't know. I know she wasn't feeling Wiley. I'm just trying to see now who she could wind up with. I mean, her and Laverne were doing a little flirty cat and mouse, but I don't know. I just don't see these two. I think they both are liking each other, but I don't know if they're just gonna be locked in like the couple that shall not be named, right? I think they're gonna stick close to each other. They'll probably, like everybody says, they'll be in each other's top one, but I think that Joy's not gonna make a decision until it's right down to the to the wire. That's what I think.
Fair point. Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it. Essence, what's your thought on this? Time is of the essence.
I mean, really just what everybody else is saying. I think that it's clear that they have an understanding. They're gonna choose each other at the end of this. There's no way she's gonna choose Laverne over Clifton, and there's no way Clifton is gonna choose Carmen over Joy. So they look good together. They communicate well together. I think that what's her name? Joy. I think that Joy has just mastered the art of flirtation. She is not too much. I thought that it was I don't want to say cute, but poor Wiley. I guess we'll talk about him later. But I just think that they're cute. They'll end up together. Not much to see there. So yeah.
Appreciate that. Corey, what's your thoughts? Ease us in. What's your thoughts? Oh, Corey's away. He said he was away. My bad. He said he was away.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Go for it, bro.
All right. So, I think they're a good couple. I like them from the beginning. I still wanted to just pace myself with it because, of course, somebody can say something, do something, and it goes a whole different direction quick.
Of course.
But with them, I do like how I would say they're taking this very maturely. They understand the process of the game, and they understand, okay, we're solid. That's good. That's a good foundation to start off with. But, I do think that people are going to start moving a little bit differently, move a little bit more funny because of that game, because everybody know where everybody lands right now. So it's going to be hard to make other connections or try to make something a little bit tighter in one area or this area when they already know who likes you and who you like. So I expect the next couple of episodes will be a little bit different from what we've seen before, because production's going to see this as, okay, this is a great idea to play this game, or it was the worst idea possible, because now everything's falling apart. Everyone knows everything. Nothing is a surprise anymore. Clifton and Joy are going to be together. So for that reason, that's why Carmen was like, I'm good now. She's good with Clifton because they both interacted with each other. The plate was working in his favor. When he made that play for her, it was working for him, because in this game, it is important to get people to know that you're interested in them and they're interested in you. So that's a part of the game. So I think for this, it's going to tighten things up along the way. So I'm really interested to see how the next couple of episodes play out. But I like Clifton and Joy, man. They seem to vibe off each other, and that's a good thing. I mean, I can't hate on that at all. If even I wanted to try to, I really couldn't do it. It's just dope union to me. But we'll see.
Thank you for that very much, Corey. Appreciate that. David, what's your thoughts?
I think they're an interesting couple. I like them. I like their connection. I like the way they vibe with each other. It's very natural and very free, very playful. They understand each other. They're not so up in arms about each other. Getting with other people. However, I have a little bit of a concern for Joy because now we've got sort of like two people who have tried in code and they have let me just use the word failed in terms of Clifton, and that's in Dakia and in Carmen. They've kind of gotten close and all those things that they've kind of figured out. You know what? There's no road here. Let's just exit stage left. And I think that's a testament to the fact that to some extent he tries to make himself more available to many of the other women as opposed to how Joy is moving. I think I would like to see two or one even guy that is really pushing for Joy actually come up against it and take out a proper date, show her a good time and all those things, and let him also kind of feel like, man, no way for me. This Clifton guy has got it all. Let me just bounce. Because I feel like because the whole conversation she had with Wiley, I don't know, from my perspective, it just kind of came off more like a kind of a tutorial. Like she was kind of like telling him, like how to up the game, that kind of thing. Because it was more like, dude, you can do better. What's the problem? Why you a bit? And it wasn't more like him actually trying to, let her know that, I want you or whatever, that kind of thing. So I don't really see. Maybe I was thinking probably Eric could give it a shot or Donovan, because I think she doesn't really like that kind of short kind of guy, which Eric is. So I think Donovan probably has a chance, but it'd just be good to see if they can have a kind of a someone who would give Clifton a little bit of pushback with connection with Joy, but I haven't seen that yet. So I'm hoping that they don't end up becoming a case of Venetia and Joel at the end of the day. Even though I feel like they're kind of in the same space of life, whereby I think what's his name, Clifton wants to have fun and stuff, and Joy also kind of wants to do the same thing because she's all about the let's go on a trip and I just want to travel and all those kind of things. So I feel like they're kind of in the same space, so it might be different as opposed to Venetia and Joel. But I'm just hoping it doesn't happen that way, because I feel like she needs to have somebody who will kind of woo her in a way, in a serious sense, that kind of situation. But they look good together as a couple, I would say.
Appreciate it, David. Thank you very much. Your thing is just crackling a little bit when we talk, so just maybe if you get time, pull out the headphones and put it back in, see if it makes it a bit more clearer. Just because it was catching a bit of white noise behind it. Okay. Who hasn't spoken this? Lola, have I asked you? I haven't asked you, Lola. Lola, what's your thoughts? Clifton and Joy, they're becoming a couple. What's your thoughts?
So I've kind of liked them from the beginning. I love the chemistry they have. They both have this slight playful energy, but both have an emotional maturity, so they kind of mesh. So on the outside, they look great. They look like they could go the distance. I've had some little birds whisper in my ear about how they don't trust Clifton and does it, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to leave that and wait how it plays out. But what I do see is that the chemistry is enough to scare Carmen off. Because if you remember, Carmen was talking about, Clifton's her blah, blah, blah. Bra also got her plate. So now she's feeling herself like because I feel like Carmen's in it for the competition. I don't know if she like anybody. She can't see anybody through those blue contacts anyway, but I digress. So with this competition thing going on with her, the minute she saw Joy plant a big one on Clifton, Like she felt that energy. By the time they got to the deliberation, she had already struck Clifton off her final two. She's now replaced Paul. So now she's saying it's Paul and whatever his name is, Eric. So I feel they do have a strong connection. They have great chemistry. They both understand how the game is played. So I think that's that comfort level that CEO was talking about. It's like they're not threatened by whatever's going on. They just play along. Like, you know, he saw her talking to Wiley, but he wasn't even looking, like the camera couldn't catch anything to show us. And that's just how it is. She wasn't even bothered that Carmen was sitting right next to him. She just planted one. Like there's that playful energy that really could take, because they have a lot in common. They're both age appropriate. I like that. I know she doesn't have children. It's not impossible. She could still do that. Maybe she doesn't want to. So they seem to have quite a lot in common. So it looks like they could make the distance unless something crazy happens. And with this show, crazy things do happen. But if everything stays the way it is, they should be the ones to watch. They should be the couple to make it to the final end, because, you know, Joy knows how to be with guys because she grew up with her dad. So she knows how to do that playful, light thing. Like she can flirt with them and she doesn't get offended and she can play right back. And so a lot of guys like, and she lives with her name. Her name is Joy and she does bring joy. She brings light into everything. Like even her date with Laverne really turned out to be nice. Like all the stuff they say about Laverne, we didn't say it in that date. So she's the one to watch. I definitely hope they end up together because I just think they could really make a fun, nice couple. But that's just what I think. Things always tend to change. Like that Joel and Venetia thing that David so appropriately brought up really kind of broke my heart. So I'm always like to be reserved nowadays. But if nothing changes, they should make it.
Appreciate that, Lola. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's a lot. Okay. Cool. We've done our little intro convo into Clifton and Joy. Let's get back into business, okay? All right, let's get into the meatballs, as they say. I don't know, that's what they say? Did I want to say that? I'm sounding really suspect right now, pause. Okay, cool. Let's get into Paul and Carmen's date. I mean, because I was, like I said I never saw Carmen act like this. I don't know what powers Paul is working with. Bizarre Zoo, the boy is bringing energy that has subdued Carmen to become. Maybe she might be playing. Maybe she's acting. Maybe she is pretending. But even if she's pretending, the fact that she's even doing that for Paul and she ain't doing that for Laverne, I said, nah, she knows what she's doing. This girl is dangerous. So I want to get you guys and ladies' thoughts around the date of Paul and Carmen. You know, pickles or no pickles? You know, that's what I'm asking right now. Pickles or no pickles? Okay? All right? I don't know about you, but no one better feed me no pickles like that. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Is that wrong again? Does that sound wrong again? You know what? Yeah, it is not my fault, bruv. Okay, I take no accountability.
You're right that nobody should be feeding you, but then it shouldn't even be a thought for them to feed you that. So that's. Yeah,
I was thinking.
But we should let him be. That's
He's from the UK, guys. So let's just, you know.
I was thinking a lady with feet,
but different environment.
I'm not about the pickles.
No, don't have pickles, please.
He's European. They have a different, you know. It's just don't just blame it on that.
He got to feed himself in pickles, Lola. We can't feed him.
Don't have any pickles.
Got your back, bro.
Put a heavy pause.
It doesn't translate.
Have whatever you like.
So.
I'm not here to judge.
You guys eat bangers and mash, you know?
Bangers and mash. Don't even say that's even worse.
Yeah, exactly.
That's even worse. And for that, Sean, you're going first.
Oh, come on. No.
What's your thoughts on Paul and Carmen?
Oh, just, I mean, he can feed them to her. Just, I don't want to see it. Like, just, ugh. You know, I don't want to see it. But it looked like they were getting along well. I didn't know where that connection came from. But you know what? The one thing I think the kind of, and again, we make these assumptions based on what we see, right? I don't know Carmen from a can of paint, but from what I see from her, it's like she's only curious about Paul because he's getting some attention from the other ladies. So for a woman like her, it's like, oh, I want to see what this is all about. Because she wasn't paying him no attention. Any other time she was busy, you know, hugging up underneath Eric. You know, she was, you know, smitten with Clifton, but I think she just got turned off a little bit at the game. But I think she heard that she was probably super shocked, like everyone was, that Tina was really gunning for Paul. So she was like, oh, this young girl is interested in him? Oh, let me see what this is about. you know, and then Precious was a little interested in him too. So, you know, I'm sure they talked behind the scenes. So I think her curiosity was piqued and she was like, let me see what this is about. She showed up in that, you know, real nice dress. She looked great. You know, Carmen's a beautiful woman. There's no denying that. Nobody can take that away from her. And I think, you know, they just had like a good exchange. And even P.O. surprised us. He was like, I'm not going to objectify her. So, I mean, he pulled the language from the, you know, feminine, women friendly, you know, handbook. So I think like good for P.O. Be on your best behavior. But, you know, then he can't keep it back. The creepy vibes came out and then Carmen bit the hook with the pickle. And I just wish I didn't see it. I wish I could unsee it, but we can't, and we have to talk about it. And it definitely is giving, you know, ready to lay down again. So this cast, they're always going to give us that. So that's what I think.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Safe space and all that. All right, David, what's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on Paul and Carmen? Pickle or no pickle?
Not the pickle, bro. Not the pickle. I don't know. It was interesting to me. I just feel like Carmen is just there, sizing up the guys. You know, look at them, and because like the whole date, you know, it wasn't like, even though she had this all put up the outfit and she's like, you know, I'm dressed to, you know, see what it's all about. I'm dressed sexy and all those things. The whole thing he was talking about, the whole pickle, she was just kind of sizing him up and looking at him like, seriously, like, what are you talking about? And then, you know, like, and he's also like looking at her and giving this face, like, you know, making it all sexual and stuff like that. And then, you know, she did the whole eating the pickle thing. It was just very cringy stuff to me, honestly. Like, it kind of looked like a get a room kind of situation to me. And Carmen's just like this person who is very, I think she's a very strong person, because that was at least what she told Laverne when they had their date. She was like, you know, I'm a strong personality kind of person, you know, I kind of because she's like, she works with athletes and all these men and in the industry and stuff like that. So she just noticed like how the whole thing with the ladies talking about Paul, and then she wanted to, you know, look at what he was all about. It wasn't necessarily like she was into him and all that kind of stuff. And I think it's all going to kind of die off, because I think Paul has some connection with other ladies as well. But to me, I don't really see that connection as something that's going to last. I just think it's just something to do, you know, maybe a way to stay in the show and all those kind of things. We'll get to Eric and Carmen, but the whole Joy and P.O. thing, I just think it's kind of a one-time thing. I think it's gonna probably die off after this episode.
Appreciate it, David. Good points as always. Good points as always. You know, I'm hearing you, bro. I'm hearing you, bro. Okay, 2 solid starts for the man, demo that. You know what I mean? Corey, you're right, yeah? The food must have been good, boy. You were off, bro. The food was slapping, bro.
Yeah, I'm still going at it, bro. I'm still going right back off after this one.
Hey, say your piece and get off then and eat your food, bro. No worries, man. Say your piece, bro.
So with Carmen and Paul, my thoughts on them is that excuse me.
Bless you, bro.
Is that thank you. That Carmen comes off as the woman who wants to reassure herself that she can take anybody's man, in my viewpoint. She knows other women are interested, but she wants to see, okay, can I steal this man? She knows every playful thing to say, every playful thing to do. What really captured me, though, alongside the pickle feeding, which, in my opinion, I don't think he fed her the pickle the right way. But when it comes to the interaction between her and Paul, when she was looking at him, like she made eye contact and she never broke eye contact with him, when she was being sensual, when she was being flirty, that's something strong about a personality like that. So for me, when it comes to this, that's what I get from her. Now with Paul, when she came in, you know, he didn't compliment her. He didn't say you look beautiful. I noticed he didn't do that. However, he said, I'm not going to, what was the word he used? I'm not going to belittle, or no, I'm not going to, something he said about her.
Objectify.
Say it again. Okay. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. So he said he wasn't going to do that to her. But yet, when Tina walked in, he complimented her. He said something nice about her dress. She asked, what was your first thoughts when you saw me? Man, I saw you in that dress. And I was like, ooh, man, she fine. But she's worth the compliment, but not Carmen. So don't say you don't want to objectify. That's what it is. Objectify her, and then you do it to the next woman. So to me, I feel like that was something just a little bit off the Paul there. I think he may have been uncomfortable with the flirtiness that Carmen was giving him. The thing about this, man, is that I know some men will talk big stuff and say, oh, you flirt with me, I'm always ready, and this, that, and other, but they're really not. You're really not. If a woman is direct, aggressive, and forthcoming to a man, most of these dudes will run and hide because they don't know how to take that when it's coming from the opposite end. And that's the energy that Carmen gives. She gives that aggressive type of energy in a way that say, hey, I'm here. This is what I want. This is how I want to do it. And can you handle it? And to me, I think P.O. is just talking a big game. I don't think it's in him to really go back and forth with a woman like Carmen. That's just my opinion.
I'm hearing you, brother. I'm hearing you. I like the little difference you made between Paul and between Tina and Carmen, and how Paul was behaving in those moments. Okay. Lola, what's your thoughts on Paul and Carmen?
So, I definitely think that, with Paul, he's been considered to be a little reserved, a little, withdrawn. But I think Carmen is here to play. She understands and knows how to be sultry. She knows how to be seductive. She's not embarrassed in, putting her femininity forward to manipulate the situation to get what she wants. After all, that is a tool you can use as a woman. And so I think it wasn't so much what Paul did, but how Carmen was with him. She had a mission. Mission number one was she needed a replacement for Clifton. Clifton had been knocked off the board after what's her name had planted a kiss. She knew that she couldn't swipe because she likes to steal men. Somebody said this, that I think it was Sean, that she definitely takes some pleasure in stealing somebody's man. So when she realized how strong the connection between Joy and Clifton was, she knew she had to get somebody else. So now she's turning to Paul. And with Paul, a lot of the women, other than Tina and somebody else, they usually don't give him the time. They don't give him that energy, but they sat at that table and she gave him that energy. So you almost could see that, you could almost see them together. But we know that Carmen's a game player. I don't really feel like she's feeling Paul like that, but she did all the ice stuff, doing the funny stuff around the pickle. She kept giving him the energy that actually encouraged Paul to be a little more forward. Paul has no idea what has hit him. I don't think he knows that this woman is just playing with him just to get herself higher up on the leaderboard. So he was responding. So they had like a nice little playful banter that we haven't really seen. We did see some nice chemistry between him and Tina, because she also was very feminine with him, and she was just playing kind of nice, like, oh, maybe you should have my number, that kind of thing. So he needs a kind of ego stroker to get warm and to be able to talk to the women. So I think that's what it was. I don't think Carmen's not checking for him. She's not checking for him. I mean, visually, is Paul somewhat attractive? Yes, he is, but I'm not sure how interesting he is to her. Carmen, to me, is like a man-eater. I mean, other than if she meets her match in a male, otherwise, he doesn't know what hit him. And if it continues like this, Paul's in trouble. That's how I see it. I don't think she has an interest in him. It's just merely part of her game. She's playing chess right, and she's playing it the right way. All that little stuff they did, Paul was busy blushing. Like, he does talk a good game about, he delivers. He don't know how to deliver, but at least he was feeding off the energy she was giving him, which is like that masculine, feminine push and pull. So she was, encouraging him, and then he's coming in and all that. And she wasn't. What I like about that lady, she's not embarrassed to do her game. She did this in front of a camera. Like, what does she do when the cameras are off? So, you know what? I can't hate the player. You hate the game. So she's 1-0. So Paul, whatever happens to Paul. But she's doing what she needs to do right now. I can't be mad at her. So I'm going to give her a point for this, even though I don't really like her.
I hear you on that still. I can't disagree still. Okay.
She's playing right. Playing right.
Just Lola to break that down. Jay, what's your thoughts, man? Pickle no pickle, man.
Listen. If Lola gonna be going before me, y'all just rewind what Lola said and just put it in my voice on top of it, okay? I don't need to say anything else anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'll just agree with what Lola said and just add to it. You can tell how Lola is right on the money by how the interactions between him and Carmen went and how it went with him and Tina. In that interaction, Tina was just a little bit more, it was more engaging during the whole conversation. So, Tina's actually there. She kind of do find an interest in him. She likes older men, so she do find a real strong interest in him. As far as Carmen was kind of like taken aback, as the word was all through the Love is Blind, taken aback by the fact that he even asked her, do you want my pickles? Because it kind of made her sit back a little bit and say, oh, what? Okay, and then came back correct. Well, I got to play along now. He done sat here and called me out. So yeah, now I got to one up him by saying, you got to feed me. You going to feed me the pickle? You know what I'm saying? She likes that strength. And so he took away that strength by asking her in the first place. So it made her go ahead and dance back with him to say, okay, you know what? Let me get back on my game. And yes, you need to feed me this pickle. But I don't feel like the genuine connection. If that had been Clifton before Clifton with Joy interaction in front of her, she would have been all for it, because when Clifton gave her the plate, it was all, oh, I waited for you to because you made me my plate and all that. She had that nice, feminine, delicate interaction with Clifton, but it wasn't quite the same with Paul. So that she's just doing it so she can keep going. She needs another connection, like Lola said, to replace Clifton, because she can easily have marked him off the board so quickly. And I'm just like, damn, girl, you ain't even going to try with this, but you jumps in everybody else's situation when you see competition, but you ain't going to do it with Joy. That's a whole nother story for another day. But, I was just like, okay, that's interesting that you're not going to go at Joy like that, but you'll go at Tina like that. You go at the Kia like that. So I'm not sure why that is, but you don't want PO like that. And maybe over some time of more conversation with him, he might, could win her over. But initially, that's not what she was there for. But I do like the dialogue between them two, because we got more out of both of them. We got more in depth on what her last relationship, her marriage was like. She was with somebody that was pretty much content in the life that they had, and she wanted more. So she's more of a visionary and a futuristic type person, and she doesn't want to just live in the now of things. And that's Paul. Paul is always worried about the next step, what's going to happen next. We're going to move into the future, what we're going to do. And he doesn't really live in the now too well. So, they can make a dynamic power couple as far as business goes. I don't know about relationship wise, but, we'll see how that plays out as it continues. But I liked it. Good TV, spice up a little things, give her another connection, stay on a little longer, because she know how to stir the pot real nice a bit. So I everybody don't like her. I like her for this. That's why I say, because she plays this game.
Okay, I'm hearing that. All right. Seaway, what's your thoughts? Have I asked you already? I haven't asked you.
No, you haven't.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of neither one of them. I guess like a lot of people, I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion. P.O. reminds me, he don't remind me of my father figure. He reminds me of a father figure. And I personally cannot really watch him on screen without feeling that like you could be like my daddy, somebody daddy feeling. And that just like gives me whatever. So I don't see it for him. I don't know what Tina's got to do with him. Like Tina's clearly looking for a daddy too, because I don't know what they have in common. That's a little suspicious. But I know we're not talking about her right now. So back to the pickle. Yeah, that was just like, you couldn't be feeding me no pickle on national TV, degrading me. I found that just a little just inappropriate and awkward. I wouldn't want to be on TV like that. But this is what I'm going to say for the 5 billionth time. What prize are they getting to stay on the end of the show? Can somebody send me the contract? Because if people are trying to stay on the end of the show just for clout and fame, it's really a hot, fiery mess. Like, clout is a hell of a drug that you guys are plotting and scheming. Carmen, I'm talking specifically to you at this point. Plotting and scheming on men that you don't really like, taking pickles to the mouth, all to stay on a show for clout. is this all for clout? Like, there's no prize at the end. It's just really baffling to me. I would really love, Kojo, for one of your interviews, for you to ask them why they're so obsessed with staying on the end of the show, but for TV time, and then you want to be on TV looking any old type of way. I just don't see it. I personally took everything. I thought maybe I was going to be able to review with you, so I didn't fast forward it. But I was actually going to fast forward into when he asked for that pickle, asked to serve her the pickle. I didn't want to see it. So that's just me personally. I think she's definitely playing a game. She reminds me of Lola, not this Lola, but Lola on Damn Yankees, if you guys are familiar with the musical. And then she reminds me of Mariah Reynolds from Hamilton. She has that vibe. She has that very like sultry vibe. And yeah, I get what she's doing, but I don't know what she's trying to win at the end of the day, unless she's selling something. She has a product to sell. Maybe we'll find out later, because I don't get it. That's all I got on them.
I'm hearing you loud and clear, sis. I'm hearing you loud and clear. Okay. Strong feelings on Paul and Carmen. I'm hearing you on that. Everyone's spoken on Paul and Carmen, right? David, I asked David as well. David, did you ask before you left? I did. Fantastic. So I'm on point. All right, cool. I don't have any questions for them because I don't really have any notes. I didn't really have much notes on them, to be honest. I just saw the pickle stuff, and then I just said the fact that Carmen was just acting all feminine, or soft, I should say, not even not feminine, soft, with old boy. That's about it. Okay, that's about it. What was that, Jay? What you trying to do? I ain't playing y'all games.
I'm trying to put my pickle in your mouth. Put my pickle.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa. Sean, you're not gonna come up for your boy? Like, Sean, you need to come for him. Like, whoa.
Me and P.O. would have been exchanging pickles.
Do that. Like, he's confused.
I'm gonna feed you my pickle too.
We do not want that vision.
Someone at home is watching that like, oh my god. Like, they just put a pickle in his mouth?
John is like, I was just about to choose joy.
Is a pickle even an aphrodisiac? Like, is that even a sexy food? Like, why are we serving pickles?
I don't know.
Yeah. Have you never seen a demonstration with a pickle?
First of all, it was a cut pickle, so I don't even want to. It wasn't even a whole pickle.
Freaky stuff. I'm talking about like what you do on a date. Like, you give people like oysters, or
pickles is pregnancy food. I don't know where he was going with this.
It's not like a sexy food. I'm not talking about what they do on adult films. I'm saying like a sexy food.
Like, clearly he watches adult. It's Hispanic, so as long as it
listen.
Where's your Bible?
Look, it is what it is.
That's all you have to give us, Sean?
Jesus is gonna cover them. They need to be re-dipped, exchanging pickles.
I have a question. Was she saying on the date, was she saying that her marriage ended because she wanted more and her husband didn't have the vision for that? Is that what she was saying?
Let me try and find it.
That's kind of what I got.
Yeah, that was what she said.
That's kind of what I got out of it.
Yeah.
That he was stuck in a way, and she
Thanks
wanted
for the
more.
redirect, Essence. I appreciate you for that.
No, actually, I'm not redirecting. I was going to say.
I want us to go back to Hispanic.
No, please.
However,
We were
she
good.
eating pickles on national television, though. But she don't.
Do you like your cucumbers pickled or no?
Pickles, though.
Oh my god.
I always prefer pickles. You're onto something, Jay. I prefer pickles, but yeah, that's what that was.
I'm gonna play the clips like so you guys can see the clip. Sorry, let me play the clip.
Like, I wanted better, so I totally understand that. I think we as individuals.
I've gone too far ahead. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Pursuit of happiness. Like, if you are content with just being content, I'm out.
I definitely agree. My ex-husband, he only liked living a certain life. I wanted better, so I totally understand that.
That's what she said. She wanted better. So she said.
I feel like that needs more context.
It does.
Lifestyle, because you are on national television eating pickles the way that you did. So what better is she referring to? Okay, I'm going on mute.
That part.
Oh my God.
That
Essence, I thought you were trying to redirect us. Now you're taking us back
She
to
said
the
she wasn't redirecting. It was a follow-up.
Oh man. Oh man, okay. No, but in all seriousness, I don't know. I mean, that does need to be unpacked. On the raw thing, that does actually need to be unpacked. Because the comment is very left out there. You know, I wanted better, so I left. Like right now, it ain't looking good, so we need to unpack that. So hopefully she unpacks that as the season goes along. Otherwise, that's another question we have to add to her interview, because, baby, you can't just be saying that and leaving it at that. That doesn't sound great. You know what I mean?
They probably cut stuff knowing them.
Say again?
It probably was a whole conversation and they cut it knowing how they be doing.
Probably, yeah, as well. They probably, I'm assuming they did, because it doesn't sound, I doubt should have left it just there. Again, these are the kind of things that we like, though. We like to hear these kind of things, at least a little bit of context. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to give us the whole thing, but a little bit of context would have been good, just in terms of what she said, rather than just putting it in there and leaving her kind of high and dry. That's supposing she actually said something as well. But yeah, it would have been good to kind of get a little bit more understanding from that as well. And see what they're saying. Do you know what I mean?
I'm
okay.
Kojo, so ignore me. You saw me over here laughing.
Oh yeah, don't you worry, bro. You're all good, bro. It's all good. We're gonna have a chat after. Don't worry. all of us. But no. Yeah, I don't have any much to say about the two. I don't know why, but nothing really came to mind when I watched them two. I'm not gonna lie to you, because there wasn't much I was getting from them two, to be honest. Let's switch lanes then, away from Paul and Carmen. Let's talk a little bit about Wiley and Wiley didn't have a question. Tina and Donovan's date. Did anybody see Tina and Donovan's date? Y'all don't see the way Donovan was looking at Tina compared to how he looks at Precious. The brother did. He was in deep.
That date was dry.
He engaged more too.
He did. He
was trying to get in conversation, though she was over talking him.
She was doing a little bit over talking, just a little bit. Yeah. Anyone want to talk about it? If there's not much to say on it, we can move on.
I can't get over his eyebrows. That's probably what I'd like to add to that. Like, I don't know how a dude needs to be walking around with shaped eyebrows.
Oh, leave his eyebrows alone, darling.
That's it.
Leave his eyebrows alone. I said, what do you have on the date? That's what I said.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. On the date, all I said.
You don't need to know about his eyebrow shapes.
That's it. Nothing.
What's his date? What's the date saying?
I understand they COVID tested.
They just really talked about
vaccinated and all this stuff like that. But if y'all keep sharing food and all this stuff like that, eat your own fork if you don't dip in your plate, child. Like,
thank you. I don't know if you have COVID or if he does. Like,
right. I was just like, okay, we're gonna share this duck. Okay, all right, cool. That's what we doing. Thanks. Appreciate y'all again, but y'all running around kissing each other on national TV, so I guess that's what we doing. But I'll say this: I know everybody's like he's boring and whatnot, but I appreciate somebody with intentions and actually being intentional with their questions, because in the real world, these are conversations and questions that we ask each other when you're like really interested in building something with somebody. So even though it might have been a boring date or whatnot, I appreciate them giving us somebody asking some actual real life questions, dating questions, because these are actual questions I would actually ask on a date with somebody, and he actually listens to the fact that she got a child. The child's 2 years old. They get, he got girls, so he's a father of girls, so he knows how it goes. It could potentially work. He's already been there. So.
I'm hearing that. If anyone goes, I'll show you a little clip.
Why you gonna do it like that?
Are you telling me man's not invested? Are you telling me man's not invested? Look how invested he is.
What is that? What's that cartoon?
He was a smitten kitten. Isn't that what Sydney said? It was like Sydney last season. Smitten kitten. That's what he looks like.
What are you saying, Sean? I just love it.
Oh, Jay, I like when you say it like that.
He was engaged.
Y'all flirting so hard on this panel. What's going on today? Huh? A little bit of food going. I'm going to starve you guys next week.
I'm just not used to her being so compliant. It just caught me off guard.
Y'all going to be on fasting and prayer next week. I'll play the clip now.
To talk to you.
Well, good. Yeah, I did too. So how's your day been?
It is good. How are you?
Can't complain. How's your baby doing?
She's good.
Yeah?
My daughter, she's...
He was enjoying that date, man. He's enjoying that date. Big time. Okay, any other contributions towards their date and what you thought about
Yeah.
this division board conversation?
Tina gonna find a stepdaddy. It's stepdaddy. Who said that? Brittany Renner. It's stepdaddy season when it comes to Tina. She is gonna find a stepdaddy for that baby. Wow, that baby's gonna come up. I get it, but shucks. Yeah, that's the only thing I think. But they seem like they like each other.
Why somebody said at the by the end when they talk about doing the vision board together, they was like, "Oh yeah, that's friends."
I mean, wait. That's a question. Would you say that's a friend zone if someone you like says we can do a vision board together on New Year's? Would that be a friend zone? I wouldn't have personally seen that, but I get why maybe someone might.
No, I don't want to do no vision board with you. I'm sorry. You do that with your girlfriends. That's for women empowerment events. I don't want no vision board.
Here you go, Sean.
I think that is nice to do a vision board with your partner, but he's the one who brought it up. And when she said, "Well, do you want to do a vision board together?" he didn't sound like he was excited about it. But he's the one who brought it up. She said, "Okay, so we're together for New Year's. You want to do a vision board?" And he was like, "Sure, we could do that."
I mean, I had other things in mind, but yeah,
exactly. That's
vision
what I
board.
was thinking. I was like,
Vision board.
I've been you on a board, but I don't know.
What, Jay? What's going on?
Y'all need to be dipped.
Jay, you need to go eat some more food. What's going on with you? Okay.
Don't send her to eat no food, Kojo. She's gonna come back with a banana next.
Listen, order in the court. Order in the court. You sent Essence now off. Now husband's probably telling her she can't come on again. Y'all playing too much. Husband's saying that like, is this what you're on?
We're sorry.
Is this what you're on?
We're sorry. We're sorry, Essence. It's too much. It's too much.
She's gonna get banned forever. Y'all better stop playing. See where you go for it.
I was just playing.
Crystal asked you, do you guys think that they're talking about kids too early? I don't think so. I don't think it's ever too early to bring up your kids. This probably should be the first thing that you say. I think if you don't talk about your kids, it's a red flag for me personally. But what I was gonna say is something about him I don't trust. I can't figure out if it's the eyebrows, nose ring, overall personality. I don't know what it is, but something is giving like sneaky, a little suspicious. I don't know what it is. Don't ask me what it is. Something is off for me. And then for Tina, she's definitely on the stepdaddy prowl. She is on the prowl. I don't if he doesn't give off the vibe that he's willing to like take care of her and her baby, I think she's not going for that, because that has to be the only reason why she's going for Paul. I don't know what type of money Paul got stored away. I don't know what it is, PO, but it's something to it that she's entertaining. How does that mean? That's real life. There's something going on. She's looking for older anyway. So only other thing I was saying is when she said what she was looking for, she said like super funny, interesting person. I was like, ooh, that doesn't seem like Donovan. Like he doesn't seem like he laughs. Like he just seems like extremely serious. So I feel like they're not a good match. I think she wants a more lighthearted vibe, and he seems kind of serious. So I don't see it for him. I don't think she likes him.
You don't think she likes Donovan?
Yeah, I think he likes her. Okay. I mean, she's pretty, like
she's spicy.
They can merge their families. Like I think he's into that. I think he likes her, but I think she's looking for something very specific.
Yeah.
I think that baby daddy of hers did her in from that first episode, and she seems a bit traumatized by it. And I'm not no psychologist, but I think she's trying to get as far away from probably a younger guys and whoever that guy was as possible. She seems like she wants something more stable so she can settle down, have her family, and have some peace. And I think anything that doesn't look like that, she doesn't want. Because she ain't even looking at Wiley. They set her up with Wiley and she was like, absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? She's looking for something very particular. I don't know if Donovan is it.
I definitely hear that. She rubbed Paul's shoulders and chest down. That told me everything I need to know. And he's 17 years older than her. Yes, David. And then David and Sean. David
I think the priority for her is the kid. Someone to be a father to the kid. I think that's a priority. So I think I agree with Siwe. The things she mentioned is not like there. But I think if she gets that fact that, he's going to be a father to the kid, I think she's going to soften up into it. because what the whole conversation of their date, I think that's part of the reason why it was kind of boring, because it was mostly focused around, do you want to, do you want to have kids? Do you have kids? Blah, 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 vision board and all those kind of things. And so I think they kind of merged on that. And that, I think that really made her happy, because she then asked him like, oh, do you want to have another kid? And, he gave like the kind of generic smart answer, with the right person kind of thing. And she was like, okay, yeah, with the right person, I'm the right person, that kind of thing. So she was kind of like setting it up like, okay, yeah, I can see that he wants to be a father and all those kind of things. So they were kind of like on that same lens. I think she's gonna um, soften up to the whole thing. But in terms of him, I just remember the date he had with Precious in the last episode. He talked about his marriage, and he said that, that it went apart, because he did some things. He made some mistakes and things like that. And I was like, okay, everybody makes mistakes, but bro, which mistake did you make though? Did you cheat on your wife, or what exactly? Like, let us know exactly what you did. But obviously, like most black people nowadays, he quickly came back with the comeback. I've done the work, blah blah blah. Well, which work did you do? If we don't know what exactly the problem was or what you did, so I'm saying, so it's a bit sketchy in that sense. Like, you're not really sure where he is and all those kind of things. And I think that forefront on that perspective of just looking for a baby daddy kind of thing can easily make her fall into the hands of someone like that, who on the surface looks like, okay, he wants kids, is okay with kids because he also has a kid and all those things, but you're not really looking into like all the other things, and like someone said in the comment, is cheating actually a mistake? What exactly is the mistake you made? Like, so I think there's a little bit more to unpack on his end in that sense. But obviously, he was attracted to her physically and all those kind of things. And obviously, she liked the fact that he has kids and he wants to have kids. So I think they'll be able to talk about it more. And with time, we'll get more understanding of him and where they're going. But it was good that they had serious conversation. I mean, I think the whole talking about, your plans and all those kind of things kind of makes sense to me. And I think that's kind of what people say on a date, not the whole like, let's eat, let me not go back there again, but that kind of thing. So kind of makes sense, like a normal date kind of conversation to me than the other guys.
Appreciate it, David. Good points there as well. Good points there. Sean, hit us up with that. Thanks, David.
Sorry. Yeah, no, what I think is that what point did I want to make? Oh, I think like, and I want to be clear about the whole child thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with talking about your children, but I think she has gone out of her way to make it very clear that that is a priority for her in this whole ready to love situation, to find someone that can be a father to her children. And I think leading with that can be off-putting. I think it sounds like I need you to complete a missing piece of my puzzle, whereas a man doesn't want to go into a situation that is already pre-made and you're just looking to plug him into that, right? I just want to insert stepdad here, right? We should naturally get to know you. Of course, if you have children, I want to hear about your children. But don't have that expectation of me until you and I are together, right? So I think that is a part of it. The other thing, and Coach, you talked about this earlier, when you start throwing out that toxic and you start saying, oh, my baby daddy did this, or the guy before me ran me into the ground. Okay, I understand that, and I'm not going to discount your experience, but what have you walked away learning from that situation? What could you have done better? Did you stay too long? Were there things that you did? Because it's so easy to be outside of a situation and point the blame on the person that you left versus leading with what you knew. And guess what? If you haven't done the work to heal from that situation and you go chase out the exact opposite of what you think you had, you're just going to find that in another person in another form. because 10 years older doesn't necessarily mean stability. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to cheat on you. It doesn't mean all those things. It's the quality of the person you pick and where you are in life, where you set boundary standards in terms of what you expect in a relationship. So I think for me, I don't see that from her as much as I hear the other things. And I'm not saying there's other layers to Tina that we don't see, but that's the thing that kind of has my antenna up. Like, has she done work on herself? Does she really know how to vet and find a good man? Or is she just going off of what she thinks, or she's just chasing what the exact opposite of what she had? So that's my opinion on that.
Okay. I'm hearing you, brother. Strong. Strong. Ooh. Okay. Sorry about that. Corey? Do you have thoughts on Tina and Donovan?
Yeah. My aligns with what Sean was saying for the most part. Tina's talking about her child. I think it's important for her to let people know that it is a part of the package deal. I mean, you need to let that be known. I think she's done that so far. I think everyone knows she has a 2-year-old. And now that it's understood, I think moving forward, I want to hear more about her. I think it was a nice gesture from Donovan to ask her about her child, like how's she doing, you know. So I think that was nice for him to think enough to ask about it. So, but for Donovan, the way he looked at Tina in that still that you showed, because I didn't have that slow-mo, I didn't have that still at the time. It happened really quickly. Looking at that, I think if Tina saw that, exactly, C-Way, exactly, Jay. I think if Tina was to see that in that still for a woman, you know, that's how I want to say that's how a woman wants a man to look at her, with that type of admiration. Like he's just like admires her. But yeah, so I'm gonna leave that there. But I do think that it's cool that he was able to express. He lost himself a little bit and just express himself freely. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Just call me by surprise. Now, the interaction of the dinner, you know, I mean, the lunch they had or whatever, and the conversation about the vision boards. I agree with Essence about that. Like he brought it up and then he said no, he wasn't interested. So like don't bring up things on a date, you know, that you enjoy doing. Like if you enjoy doing it by yourself, then make mention of that. Yeah, sometimes I like to just New Year's, whatever the case is, I like to just focus on me and do this my own way. But when you do something that someone can invite themselves into, and then you give that type of response, I don't know if she picked up on it or not, but it's one of those like, oh, okay, is he really interested in me? But it's really not that. It's just that particular thing that he wanted to do. He wanted to do it. He didn't have that in mind. He didn't have you in mind when it came to that. So I get that, but all in all, they seem okay. You know, just seem okay. I don't really know. I need a little more information from them to really dive into that. But yeah. The child thing with Tina, as far as like, you know, interacting, so like I said, it's cool, but I want to kind of get to know more about her as a person and kind of find out, okay, what's going to be the benefit to me for being with you. Like for me being with you is it's going to be for your child to have a stepdad, for you to have a good man. What am I benefiting, you know, by bringing you, both of you guys, into my world? So I think that conversation needs to be had as well. 2 cents.
Thank you very much, Corey. Appreciate it. Good bars there. Good bars. Who hasn't spoken on Tina and Donovan? Everyone's spoken? Everyone's spoken? Yeah?
I don't think Lola has spoken.
Lola, have you spoken on Tina and Donovan? You have, isn't it? Okay, so everyone's spoken on
Yeah,
that.
I said all I needed to say. There was nothing. I had nothing for those two. Like nothing. Like just, you know, we talked about COVID and the eyebrows. That was it.
Oh, okay, Lola. Oh my days, Lola. She won't leave him alone. All right, let's move on. Oh my days. Okay, let's move it on. I think this is actually the last one because I don't think anyone that was the only couples that really came up. It was Wiley. That's the last one, isn't it? Because Wiley got sent home, and unfortunately, he got brother zoned. So I would love to hear your thoughts on why. It's our last one actually. So yeah, why? I didn't know we did an hour and a bit. Wiley is in the brother zone. Why is Wiley in the brother zone? I want to know. I want to get the sisters on first because the sisters, you can help a brother out. Okay, like it's the RSPCA, help a brother out with a little bit of advice and make sure that he gets the help that he needs. So, Mr. Jay, why Jay's face good.
I mean, you said we can help people out, but sometimes some people just can't be helped out. Okay, like he gone.
What does he need to do though? Why was he brother zoned?
He needs to be a finisher. He's not a finisher, and that's what I was seeing. And I think that's what Joy is picking up on is that he gets to the space and then it's just like, and even the Kia kind of said, you kind of get like, forget how she used the word. Dang it. But what she was basically saying is he gets in his head when he's with the women. And so he just needs to get out analysis paralysis. So basically he's overanalyzing the situation to where he gets stuck. And so that's what we seen with Joy, because Joy even said it. I feel like you get to a point with me and you don't say what it is that you need. And she's like, hello, like the time is not really the fact that, you need to like say something to all these ladies. You need to say something to me right now. Like say something in this moment. And that's what he fails to do with a lot of women. He doesn't close the deal. And so I think what he's used to is like older, more mature women as far as sexual relations goes, but not actual relationship, because you don't really have to close anything right there with that. And so what I think is that what Wiley needs to really do is go after a younger, but more mature minded female that is looking for a family, a marriage and all these other things, but she has that mature mind that he's into, so he can stay engaged with her.
Good thoughts there. Good thoughts. I was listening to that. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good sound off there about why Wiley is in the brother zone, not able to finish, doesn't score goals. I hear it. Doesn't put the ball in the back of the net. Doesn't shoot threes. I hear you. All right, Seaway. Why is Brother Wiley in the brother zone?
I think it's a few things like Jay said. I think one, he kind of has a childlike spirit. For 32, he presents very young. He presents 24, 25. He kind of looks 25, 26 too, which is not helping in this particular crowd. He looks young, acts young. I would say that is a problem. Also, he doesn't come off very confident. He's very cautious with his approach. And I think women in general, like a more confident man. And I don't think he's super confident in his skin. And I think that comes across. And the last thing is, I think he would have done better in that season in Houston with Kyra and other people. That season skewed a lot younger than this particular season or last season. I think for a man to be the younger one, it puts everyone in an awkward situation. And I think he never really adjusted. So I think 50% of his problem was that this just was not the crew for him. It doesn't matter if he literally played a game, a perfect game. I still don't think it would have really worked. Maybe he could have made it work with an Ace or something, or maybe a Sabrina. I don't know. But I still don't even think that would work. I still think they are looking for older men from the vibe I get from them. But yeah, I just think he just needs to take a step back, find his confidence, find his stride. Maybe date age-appropriate women who kind of can meet him where he's at. Or maybe even a younger woman, to be honest, because he, like I said, he presents younger. And then go from there. He definitely was a very nice, sweet guy. His response to being eliminated was very classy. And he was very, very likable. I just think it just wasn't for him. But I really liked Wiley, to be honest. So, and I think he respected their decision as well.
A good points there. Yeah, he did take it very well. Actually, can't lie to you. Took it very, very well. And also get some. He actually took the advice on and said maybe there's some things he needs to change as well. So, respect for a brother like that who can admit and take on your feedback and change it. Do you know what I mean? Probably helps as well that the Kia is the one that said it. Especially after she was leading them down the path of destruction. Essence, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll keep it really short and simple too, because I think that it just made sense at the end of the day for Wiley to be the one to lead this episode. I think that, like Jay said, he's not closing. The opportunities were there. AP was the only one who basically said she was not interested in dating someone younger. All of the other ladies seem to have been open to it. When I thought that Dakia, I think that's her name, Dakia. I thought that she was interested in him. I mean, she was flirting with him, and you know how Dakia talk, watch out there now. She was doing all of that. And then I was like, I was taken back by her, and I was taken back by Tina, who said that Wiley didn't do it for her. Because we didn't get any background context to that, because I thought that they had a good date. So that was the last time we saw them together. But I think other than that, he just lacked connection, and there was no one there for him. And I think that, I don't know, Corey, was it you? Like, someone even brought up the very first episode, like the way that I'm sorry, I have to say this, Kojo, please don't be mad. But it was the way that he presented, like the first episode with like not buttoning his suit right, and then wearing this medium shirts and everything. Like, it presents young. That's all.
Nothing wrong with what you said there, since yeah, it's true. His presentation there was slightly off, like the cupcake. Yeah, we get it. David, what's your thoughts, man? What's your thoughts on Wiley? Why was the brother in the friend zone?
You skipped all the girl. Like, you're gonna skip me. I'm a girl too. You know this, right?
I'm gonna come back to you. That's why. I'm saving you to the end. You and Sean are gonna be my last two. Lola.
You can't get a break. Either it's C-Way that's gonna bust your cojones, or now
they forgetting people, so I support Lola and these endeavors.
I'm just saying, you said you was gonna start with the ladies. You shouldn't have said it like that. That's all. You should have said it. I'm gonna start with the ladies.
I know. It was my bad. I should have communicated. My bad. Let me take the flack on this one. Let me take my flack on this one, because I should have communicated. I was gonna use you and Sean as the last two and have Sean close out. My bad. I didn't communicate that. I take that on. I receive it.
Look at this accountability. You're ready for this relationship, okay?
I told you nothing to 2023, okay?
Oh,
I'm in
gosh,
these streets.
he keeps getting pushed back.
I'm in these streets.
See some of your other people up here at the accountability part, okay?
I'm deep in these streets, sorry. David, go for it.
So I agree with Essence, and I think that was one thing I wanted to mention. I think his appearance also kind of did him a little bit of disservice, because someone was mentioning in the comment section, that hairstyle with these older, matured, professional women. I mean, like, I don't know, I can't speak for the older women, but that's sort of like the hairstyle your kid would do, or some younger colleague would wear. And I mean, I think he just didn't. And then, in terms of the clothes, like, look at like Clifton. Clifton came with like just a round neck top and pants and whatever. But the energy that he came with, it was, man, like, you can smell the testosterone. Like, this brother is like, you can feel the maturity. You can feel and he's also buff and, like a teddy bear, like, grab you. And, it's kind of like, those that played Mortal Kombat, in the days, like Goro, that big guy, it's like, so it's like that kind of, physique, and it's just perfect, and I think that's kind of like when Joy goes to him, she's just like, I just want to cuddle, like, I don't even want to date. Let me just cuddle with him and go home. I'm just okay. And the way he carries himself, it was just perfect. I mean, I think that energy, it just resonates. And I'm not sure if it was, if it was him or Tori, but one of them actually said, I can, let me rephrase, put it up to your kidney or whatever, and all this kind of stuff. And it was like the kind of like thing that you hear young boys say, like, and it kind of goes to what the other person was saying before, like, sleeping with one
doesn't necessarily mean that you know how to be with one in a committed relationship or with one that is looking for that. Because truth is, a lot of older women, maybe the market is skewed the way it is. So they're happy to find a young guy who will be of service. But then if they're looking for something serious like these women, they're not just looking for someone, okay, yeah, you can put it up to my kidney. Like, okay, fine. We're not trying to die. We want to live so we can, So the whole conversation, the kind of things he was saying, and it just wasn't gelling, like, like no maturity. And you look at some of the dates that he had, it was a bit difficult for him to carry the conversation and carry it in a way that, there's that whole conversation about men liking women who are younger than them. And sometimes, it's being skewed to say, oh, it's because the men are looking for a younger woman so they can control. Not necessarily, because I think women also look for men who are more mature than them and oftentimes come with age. There are younger men who are more mature in how they carry themselves and how they, move. But then with most of the time, age and your experience in life often dictates how you move and how you carry yourself. So I think it just wasn't a good fit for him on the show. Obviously, at his phase and stage of life, I think, if he was on a different show and, he met women who are sort of in his, because even, I mean, the show also like didn't do well because, okay, so they said it was Tori. All right, sorry. But the show also didn't do well because what's his name? Tommy was like, I'm gonna bring someone young, but then he brought like a single mother, on the show. Like it doesn't help. Like, how do you really, she's looking for something different. So I think that all those things kind of didn't help them or work for them. But I mean, there are guys who say they like, bigger, older women or what have you. I think if you're looking for that kind of thing, for a serious relationship, you probably just need to know how to move around such persons. I think the women can probably give you some tips on that. But then, generally, I think you're just better off being with someone who you can have that form of leadership as a man and be that kind of because you just look at it like how Wiley is going to be like telling like the Kia, like, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is the direction we're going. I mean, I don't know how that conversation is going to go down because the Kia is a strong personality. I mean, if you just look at her Instagram page and all the things that she says, you just know like she's so it just didn't fit for them. I think that's just the situation with it. So if they look for someone who's younger than them, probably will be a better fit for them.
Appreciate David. Good points there. Good points. Sean, what are you telling me?
I didn't get to go yet. See, you said Sean was gonna be last, but I didn't get to go.
Hey,
so
my
that's
brain.
it.
Do you know what? You're right.
I'm sorry. You said that.
No, I missed this. You're right.
I will
Bro,
let you.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right.
All right.
I missed this. On this occasion, I missed it. You're right. My bad, sir.
You good, man. You know we good. So my feedback on who I call Smiling Wiley. I don't think that women really got a sense of security with him. Let's be honest with you. His height is a factor. Okay, it is definitely a factor. I don't know so much about his hairstyle because I think women can kind of look over that a little bit, in my personal opinion. But I think the fact that he was smiling all of the time, like even in regular conversation, like a woman needs to know that you can stand firm and stand, serious about something. And it's not always about, me liking who it is that I like. You have to get people to like you. So the fact that he wasn't able to get the ladies to like him or find something about him that they found interesting enough to keep him around, I think that's one of the bigger problems as well. So that comes with, okay, once you find the woman, you still have to keep her engaged. His problem was that he couldn't keep the women engaged. So for me, I think Wiley messed up in the area. That's what kind of put him into that bro zone. Conversation was so lighthearted and full of laughter, but it was nothing. When the serious conversations came up, he was still doing the laughing and haha. So it's like, okay, so now this is where your age is showing. Not to say you're immature, but this is kind of where your age is showing in the way of conversations. So to me, I think that's what the missing element was for Wiley, is that He wasn't giving off that security vibe. He wasn't giving off that protector vibe to these women. So because of that, he didn't have much of a chance. But if he just showed a little bit more of that, I think he may have still been around right now. So yeah.
I feel you on that, bro. Feel you. And yeah, I think his responses were a little bit. I don't want to say childish, but you're right. I think he showed his age a little bit. Like I said, that same thing with I said with Precious. It's time and season, man. Knowing when to. As you get older, you realize there are time and seasons when to say certain things, when not to say certain things, how to behave, and it shows your age or at least your maturity in that regard as well. When you say certain things at certain times. So yeah, I'm definitely here on that. Do you know what I mean? And his flirt game, I don't think is even that strong. I'm gonna be honest with you. Anytime he flirted with anybody, I never felt it. Jay was even looking at him on the ropes like a little kid. And I was like, I thought so. She was like, I always feel like Wiley wants to tell me something. I'm like, Joy, you know what he wants to say. You out here playing. Anyway, Sean, what's your thoughts?
Did everyone go? Because I don't want to mess up. Is there anyone
Not y'all
left?
getting me today, boy.
Because
Sean be getting me back from earlier on when I did defend you.
No. I got your back. I just don't want to start talking and somebody else is like, well, I didn't go. You're going to have somebody pop out of the, backstage. You still ain't called me. So I just want to make sure everybody went. I think you're going to go last, Lola.
Because Sean's
Lola going last.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
We're going to save the best for last, all right, Lola? So I'm going to go. I'm going to say my little 2 seconds, and then you got them. You got it, Lola.
Sean, the people want you to talk about the leggings.
Excuse me. I was getting there. Why do you want to steal my thunder?
Not the leggings.
Trying to make
Why
sure
you
you
want
didn't
to?
miss it.
I understood the assignment.
Okay, my bad. I'm quiet.
You done stole my punchline now. Be your own Peloton friends. Don't cover up now, sis. Anyway, so the jeggings gate. So I gotta give J Dub credit for this because it is absolutely hilarious. When Wiley was up in on those strings, on those ropes, in those jeggings, it's like, bro, did you understand the assignment? You knew what you were doing. I'm sure they prepped you by saying you're going to do an activity, right? And then he's like, oh, I had to hold my junk, because I would have wore something different if you knew, bro. But you wanted to go up there and you wanted to show whatever you wanted to show, right? So again, that's immaturity. But I think he's a nice guy. He's like a nice kid. And I think the women looked at him like patted him on the head, right? Nice to look at, but no substance. And I think also the other thing that stuck out for me was, I think it was Dakia, was like, you give us the Wiley eyes, right? And they were like, we see you flirting with us, but then there's nothing else. And as a guy who used to date and like older women in the past, what I realized, and I might still go there in my next go around, but we'll see. But I think the thing is, you got to show and prove. And if there's one thing, and I'm not saying all women don't like this, but I know it's very specific to an older woman. Like, if you ain't going to come through, you could do all that talking and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that with you. But if you don't follow through, ain't nobody got time, right? It's like you're playing. Don't get her revved up, and then you're not going to do anything with that, right? Because they're grown. They don't need to be toyed with. If you're going to do it, then let's get to it. Right? Don't be all this talking and what you're going to do and you flirt and you gaze. You don't have time for that. And I think he miscalculated in thinking that he had all this time to kind of just sit back in the cut, wink, be a little flirty and suggestive, but nothing's coming from it, right? You got to follow up. You got to call. You got to be intentional. Let's hang out. I'm feeling you. You're attractive. What do you like? And he just missed all of that. So I think that was his, that was the crux of what his real issue was with the ladies.
Good point about older ladies maybe seeing it differently as well, in terms of him revving them up and kind of like leaving them to kind of simmer after that as well. That's a good point. Never saw it from that point. So let me just say how the trousers were for Wiley. They were a little bit tight. I'll just show you. They were tight. They were tight. Just saying, tight. Yeah. he was struggling to get across the side. So I understand, you know. It's a new phase for the young kids, so let them have what they have. Lola, what's your thoughts on Wiley and why he was in the brother zone? It's not just
So
a
I
Jiggins,
think
is it?
it's a really a combination of what everyone was saying. First of all, this season it wasn't age appropriate for him. He didn't really have many people around his age, so he really couldn't gel. But more importantly, I think he led with a young energy. Like there was a still pictures. He looked like a kid. Like literally, he's just a little bit taller than my son, but he's got my son's face. Like that's not attractive. This is TV. Nobody wants me to look like a cougar on TV. So I guess he was cancelled from the beginning. He's a nice guy, it's true, but his energy was young. Because if you think of it, wasn't he wearing that college football ring? Like, if you don't want to be considered young, like why you're still doing the things you did, you're living your heyday. So maybe in college he was like the man, and so he's still living like he was in college. I don't know if he's dragging it through. And I think another thing, which is what Joy was saying, was that of course he didn't know how to finish. He didn't know how to land the plane because she gave him an opportunity, put him there, opened up the conversation, and he couldn't land the plane. He just kept hovering. And so, I mean, she got tired, and then they shut the conversation down without him finishing anything. And I think part of that is not necessarily just because he's young, but maybe he felt out of depth. He felt that these women were probably out of his league. So he didn't feel comfortable, approaching them. Because I think the only person he felt comfortable who was close to his age was Tina. But she still looks mature and is a beautiful woman. So even then, and if they had that blind date, maybe they could bond a little bit. But soon as she met the other people, she didn't double back to him. So I think that was the biggest thing, just his self-confidence, looking at these women and feeling like, you know what, these people are... I think he felt like they were too good for him. And so he kind of led with that. So that was the beginning of the end for him. But like we all said, he's a nice guy. In 10 years, he reminds me of that guy from 2 seasons ago, Christian, the one with the haircut that went like this. Like, he was also like a nice guy, but this is not the medium for him. So, better luck next time. Somebody outside would like him, definitely. 10 years from now, he's definitely going to be a hot cake. But for now, yeah, he was, nobody for him was on the show right now. So it was a good, he lasted longer than I expected him to be honest.
Same. Yeah, same. I definitely thought he lasted longer than I was. That I thought he would have gone earlier, but he managed to, stage a coup with Dakia. She held his hand all the way through it, and he lasted as long as he did. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's unfortunate, Wiley. Sean, if you can go to benediction. What's the question, Corey?
Yeah. Okay. So my question for the ladies is this: so when it comes to Wiley, do you think it was his age that did it? Because I know you were saying a lot of women didn't want to look like cougars, like on TV and everything. So you think the age was more of a factor, or was it his behavior that was the factor?
His whole, what he led with when he entered the room, who he was when he entered the room is why they went. And because I wouldn't cancel a younger person, but now he needs to come with something. He needs to stand. Because as a woman, and if you want to be a feminine woman, I'm not trying to be like, what's let me not say anything, but you want to feel like the guy can provide for you. He can protect you. While he can't protect me, I'll have to carry him and run. So it's just that, like how he entered the room, and he just didn't enter it right. And every time he entered the room, he entered the same way. So, and he can't help himself. He's a good guy, like we said, but he's not ready. He needs to mature. He needs to season. He's not seasoned yet. He's not cooked yet.
Okay.
Definitely behavior. Definitely behavior. Remember how young Jason looked? And people kept on saying that he looked too young with Liz. And Jason was like 37, 38. But he presented 26, 27. So I think it's about how you present. It's not really about your age. Not to rehash that nonsense, but you know what I'm saying. He's the only person who I can think of that actually can present it really young. So.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, did Essence and Jay want to answer it? Essence, did you want to answer it? Sorry.
Yeah, if y'all want to.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it definitely was behavior. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sabrina, Precious, and Tina are all around Wiley's age. So he could have had a window there, but it was behavior.
Yeah.
I hear that.
Okay.
Jay?
Hey.
It's definitely behavior, and every lady had something different for him, and none of them said it was his age. The only person that was bothered by his age for the most part was AP, and she said that. But in that deliberation, it wasn't necessarily the age thing. Some of them was just like no connection. He don't vibe with me. And Dakia went through a whole explanation of what it is, which I think with her, she got what she wanted and she was like, okay, I'm good. But that's different. Neither here nor there.
Okay. All right, thanks.
She was out here doing H2 for sure. Knocking them boots. Sorry. Anyway, so Sean, can you give us a benediction, please?
Sure. So I think we finally got a really good episode where we started to see some of the defining lines of who's going with who. So let's see how things continue to heat up. Let's see if Laverne takes the feedback, but I don't think he will. But let's see what he does next. Let's see what Precious does next. I think that'll be interesting to see how she moves. If she's moving to really find love and allow the men to get to know her, or is she just trying to do what needs to be done to get through the process? So, but I think we've got some couples in the making to keep our eye on. We've got Clifton and Joy. We've got Sabrina and Demetrius with the side of Tori, maybe. Let's see what happens next. And, if any other couples come together, audience, we had a phenomenal time in the comments. The comments were lit. Tonight. We had so much fun. I love the fun and the the banter back and forth and the different perspectives and views. I think we learned a lot. Hopefully we take these relationships that we see, take some examples, especially with those of Tina. And really, for any failed relationships that we have, do the work on you. What did you learn? Obviously, there were some issues that occurred with the person that you were with, but what did you walk away with? What are you doing better in your relationship to be better? So I think that's the lesson for us all. Back to you, Coach.
Appreciate it, Sean. Thank you very much. Yes, audience members, much appreciated. For coming through for 4 hours. Some of you said you cleaned your house. That's the blessing. Look at us being a blessing onto you. Okay, all right, helping you clean your house. All right, probably clean that garage that you asked your husband to clean for how many years, and he ain't cleaned it, but you cleaned it for him now, huh? Powerful. No, I'm playing. But thank you so much for coming through. I do really appreciate you guys, showing up, turning up. And the panelists were on fire today. Great conversation, great perspectives. We had some laughs, okay? Some of you guys said some things. I said some things. Listen, it was a ball of energy today. You know what I'm saying? And look, I think also, guys, look, the best thing about this Ready to Love show that we're reviewing is the fact that everyone has different views, man. You know what I'm saying? So, look, I think what Sean said, I want to just bring that up again. If you end a relationship or you get one ended on the person's ends it with you, please just sit down, review it, see what could be done better, what you can improve on. If you go telling people that the other person's the only problem, more than likely it shows you haven't really learned. Do you know what I mean? Not saying there's not bad people out there, but just take some accountability for why you might have been in that relationship for so long or what you might have contributed towards it. It can help you go a very long way to see future red flags in future. So, with that being said, tomorrow we'll be here with a men's panel. I got a TikTok video I want to show you guys, so you guys will discuss the TikTok video. You know what I'm saying? Last week was amazing. We had a great. Did you guys turn up? If you missed it last week, whoo, that conversation was plus 18. But it was a really good conversation. We had some really good in-depth conversation around sex and sexual intimacy, and what men can do as well to make people feel their partners feel safe. So if you want to go and watch that, go check it out. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff. Also, I'm going to need your help. So I'll put up a post in a few days' time. I'm going to need your help for something, guys, okay? I've been drafted into this competition called Influence Me, okay? All right? Now, Influence Me, you can get on there. If you get through to the finals, you can get on the TV show and everything like that. I'm here to make some money. I'm going to answer you guys, okay? I'll shake my nyash. No, I'm playing, but I need to make my money. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna need you to vote for me. Okay, I'm gonna need you to vote for me. So I'll let you guys know the details of what it is. I'm gonna need you to vote for me. Okay, because we need to win. All right. But listen, it's been amazing. It's been great. It's been powerful.
Coach,
yes.
Don't forget, Love is Blind tomorrow too. Right?
Yes, Love is Blind tomorrow. Yes, it is. It is. We'll be having Love is Blind at you guys' time. It will be Eastern time. It's 4 p.m. Right, because you're 5 hours behind. So 4 p.m. Eastern time. And 3 p.m. CST time, Central Time. So tomorrow, Love is Blind will go again, and then we'll have the men's panel. I think you guys will be what's 1 a.m. for you guys? Flip up. What's the time for you guys? 7 Eastern Time. Yeah, no, 7 CS time. 8 sorry, 8 Eastern time. I need to get these times will be mashing me up. So 8 p.m. Eastern time for the men's panel, and 7 p.m. CST. So I'll put up the post as well, guys, so you can see what times it is. But tomorrow we're gonna be busy. Okay, so your Sunday gonna be filled. You're gonna clean your house again. Okay, and get right deep into the corners. All right, appreciate you guys. Love and appreciation. We'll see you guys very, very soon, and we will chat some more.